Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the OAI workshop. I know that we also have colleagues that are joining us online. I'd like to also warmly welcome you. Hope you've got a cup of coffee that's keeping you home, so you can be able to at least indulge us for the rest of the day. My name is Obakeng Hlajwayo. I'm one of the project managers within the SAMI group. And for today, my responsibility is just to lead you and take you through the happenings of the day. So I hope that you are geared up to learn, you're geared up to share, you also geared up to can give your insights, your knowledge, and your know-how in terms of what is happening within the open RAN space, what is happening within, the what you call the radio technology space as well, and we can be able to can then inform each other post this. So we have quite an interesting day, well packed up, a lot of activities. We've got speakers, we've got presentations, as much as we also have you. So we're looking forward to can also engage you and have a two-way street. We don't want to have a one-way street where only presentations are being shared, but we never be able to engage them. So as much as possible with the time given, we will try to open up for you to be able to can engage also with the speakers so we can at least have a bilateral kind of experience today. So with that being said, when I was given the task, I firstly went on and Googled, what is this about? And it baffled me to say, at times you come to events where you have experienced people or experts in the room who are coming in there. But however, we never really prepare our minds to say, what is in it for me? How do I engage with this RAN? How do I interact with this? How does it touch on me at any given point? And to my surprise, I know that all of us, thanks God, load shedding for now is a thing of the past. But we all used to wake up and first check if, am I going to have electricity when I wake up? That's how you plan your day. This is some of the things that this RAN kind of technology enables, because with that, it able to can then provide us with the connectivity to our own service providers. So that's how the information gets trickled in, and then we get it on your phone. So as much as it looks easy that it's on my mobile, but do we really know how it got there? Something that baffled me. But at least I'm hopeful that today I'll be able to have a thing or two that I take home, post this engagement, and be able to can even engage even better, post the training that is coming for the next 2 days as well. So we have, like I've said, a very packed up, I'd say, day, and we will try by all means to cover all aspects as they come. So in a nutshell, how the day looks like, we're going to have our presentations and talks and welcomes. As you know, I'm Zulu, first of all. So when I walk into anybody's yard, I was told that you don't just go and run around and roam around as if it's your own. It's not. First of all, the host must take care of you, must tell you if the dogs have been locked in a leash. If they're not in a leash, you must stay put until you've been told that the dogs are in a leash. So we're going to do those. We're going to come through with the presentations. We'll have an overview. We'll also have the research or areas or impact areas that are responsible for this workshop, just to give us a talk about what is happening and things like that. Then post that, we'll have a short tea break. From the short tea break, then we'll come back further on for more presentations, especially from OAI as well, just to tell us, more sensitize us and engage us, mostly because of it's an international company. We hardly have the opportunity to engage them on a one-on-one basis. But this is the opportunity we have now with the representatives that they've sent through that we can engage them. Post that, we'll have break for lunch. Then we'll have a talk from the regulator, which is ICASA. We'll have a talk as well on the cybersecurity in 5G, as we know that with 5G comes a lot of challenges as well. So some of them are the security that's there to say, are we beefed up enough? Or if it's me or someone's mic might be on. Let's check if your mic on the desk is not on because there's some feedback. So yes, we'll then have a conversation from about 5G and security. Then we'll move over to afternoon tea or coffee. Post that, we'll have an engagement with industry. And one of the key things for the day then would be the panel discussion on Open RAN from the industry perspective. So hope that you will have the time to stay with us for the rest of the day to be able to can then enjoy what is really packed up for you for today. So for starters, I'd like to say welcome again and also the colleagues online, and let's just maybe give ourselves a round of applause for being able to make it on time and starting our program on time again, which is something that's very rare. So a round of applause to you all. So now having started the business of the day, I'm gonna call upon Morgan, like I said, just to say whether the dogs are on leash or not. For the backbenchers, I requested that maybe we come down so we can fill up the room. We need your warmth. There's some space that's hanging there. So if you could just come down further on, we would really appreciate it. And yeah, let's maybe give it up to Morgan now for the warm welcome and the safety briefing from the ICC.
Good morning. Welcome to the CSIR International Convention Center. My name is Morgan Mahlangu. Sanitizing stations are located in the foyer and all around the building. In the unlikely event of an emergency, an alarm will sound throughout the building. Trained responders will give instructions on evacuation. Stay calm, take only belongings that you can carry. Emergency procedure: walk in an orderly manner, do not run. Responders will lead us to an emergency exit, then to the assembly point. General information: restrooms are available throughout the building. Please look out for signages. As this is a public building, please do not leave your valuables unattended. Wi-Fi information: free wireless internet access is available throughout the building. Select free CSIR ICC on your device and no password is required. Select free CSIR ICC on your device and no password is required. I thank you. Enjoy your time at the CSIR Convention Center.
Yeah, thank you, Morgan. So for starters, at least now we know if there's any call for the call of nature where the bathrooms are. And in unforeseen circumstances, where should anything else happen, we know where to assemble to. And most importantly, we are now connected. I guess we are all now connected to the Wi-Fi that is being offered by the ICC, right? If you have any challenges, there is the man, we can hold him accountable. With that being said, then I think it's quite important and key that as the head of the household, we need then to open up for Dr. Wakaba, to can warmly welcome us, to can warmly bring us in and tell us what are the do's and don'ts. So if maybe there's a meal, he might be the one who's telling us to say it's a cash bar, so don't eat too much, or whether maybe this has been catered for, but the onus is upon him. So welcome, Dr. Wakaba. Can we give him a round of applause, please?
Thank you, Program Director, and good morning to all. I'd like to begin by welcoming everyone, those who have come from far and near, to the OpenAirInterface workshop. Welcome also to the CSIR, and in the next few minutes, I'll just give an overview of the CSIR. We often take it for granted. This is the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research. This is what the acronym is. So just to give you a high-level overview and some context about where we are and the role of the organization in the national system of innovation. So I'll just begin with an overview of the mandate, the vision, mission, its values, the strategic intent of the organization. Then we'll look at some figures that give a sense of the scale of the organization. And then I'll touch briefly on the operating model and also the business model. So the mandate of the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, the CSIR, is to contribute towards improving the quality of life of the inhabitants of this country, South Africa, doing this through multidisciplinary research and technological innovation. So the multidisciplinary research and technological innovation that takes place here is directed. It's directed and it's aligned to addressing national challenges that we face. So the CSIR essentially has a shareholder, which is South African Parliament, and that shareholding is held in proxy by the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. Perfect. Thank you very much for that. Thank you for bearing with us. And I think I was at the point of explaining that the shareholder of the CSIR is South African Parliament, and that shareholding is held in proxy by the Minister of Science, Technology and Innovation. So that's to give you a sense of where the organization fits within the public sector landscape. The vision that we have is that we are accelerators of socioeconomic prosperity in South Africa through leading innovation. And our mission is to collaboratively innovate and localize technologies while providing knowledge solutions for the inclusive and sustainable advancement of both industry and society. Our values are EPIC, and this is an acronym to indicate that the organization pursues excellence, celebrates people, personifies integrity, and also welcomes collaboration. And hence the workshop that we have here is very well aligned with the values that we have. I'll touch briefly on the strategic objectives of the organization. There are 5 of them. The first is to conduct research and development of transformative technologies and also to accelerate their diffusion. So it's about impact ultimately. Secondly, to improve the competitiveness of high impact industries. And we do this by collaboratively localizing or developing, localizing, and implementing technology. The third objective that we have is around supporting a capable state. A lot of the R&D that we do, RD&I, is directed at supporting the state as well. And then the last 2 strategic objectives underpin the first 3. The fourth one is around human capital and infrastructure, and the 5th is around financial sustainability and good governance. These are absolutely necessary for us to be able to achieve the first 3. And then looking at the pillars of the strategy, the first one is a mechanism through which the mandate is executed. And there's a slide that I'll touch on to explain the clusters of the organization. And that will give you a sense of how the core business is organized. And I've mentioned before that human capital, infrastructure, these are important pillars. And of course, capability development. And this is not only from the perspective of meeting current needs, but also having a future-facing portfolio to ensure that we are positioned for the future. And then, of course, the last pillar has to do with the enabling support within the organization that is able to, make all of this possible. Now, taking a look at a few figures to get a sense of the scale of the organization, these figures come from the 2022-2023 financial year. The last financial year's figures are in the process of being audited. I think that's about to be completed. So I thought I would perhaps just show the ones that were audited so that we can be sure that there are no changes. And at that stage, we had a total headcount of just over 2,200 staff. That figure won't be too different now, slightly higher. And transformation is a big part of what we keep track of within the organization. So the figures are shown there. And approximately, just over 1,500 were science, engineering, and technology staff. That's what is referred to as the set base on the slide. And to give a sense, about 471 of those, the total staff, have master's degrees and 311 have PhD degrees. And these are just some cumulative figures from the 2019-2020 financial year up until 2022-2023 financial years. And over that period, if one looks at knowledge generation publications, we're just over 1,600. Patents granted 83, and you can see a number of the indicators that are shown there. Joint technology agreements. These are often done with the public sector and with the private sector entities. And of course, during this period, and also going back quite a number of years, the organization has maintained a clean audit status. So touching briefly now on the way the core business of the CSR is organized. So it's organized into clusters, and a cluster is essentially a business unit. And there are two types of clusters. There are those that are referred to as industry advancement clusters. So these are clusters that essentially focus on particular sectors of the economy. And there are those that are referred to as industry and society enabling clusters. So these are clusters that essentially have capabilities that are applicable to a range of sectors. Okay. So to give a sense of those that are industry advancing, for instance, there's a cluster that focuses just on mining. There's one that focuses on manufacturing and so forth. And to give an example of those that are enabling in nature, I'll give an example with the bottom right one, Next Generation Enterprises and Institutions Cluster, which enables digital transformation in government, public institutions, and industry. And it so happens that the people who have organized this workshop come from that cluster. So that's to give a sense of the context. And I'll touch here briefly on where we fit in the national system of innovation. What is our role there? And to do that, we have a schematic of the innovation chain at a very high level, the bottom row, starting from fundamental research, the point where we have technology transfer and implementation. And so higher education institutions, universities, and so forth, they sit closer to the left of this innovation value chain, as shown at the top of the figure. And industry sits closer to the right, when it comes to technology transfer and implementation. And the CSIR is a bridge in between, with most of the work taking place around the applied research technology development arena and extending, of course, into technology transfer and implementation. Now, the vertices of these triangles are schematic. In individual cases, you may find that the vertex may extend more to the left or to the right, but this gives a conceptual picture of it. And then just giving a sense of, the kind of work that we do, we deploy world-class research, development, and innovation capabilities to address needs that clients and stakeholders have. And there are a number of offerings that the organization has. Some of these are listed here, such as technology development, product development, custom solutions, decision support, platforms and tools. There's a range of specialist services, but the list, of course, is shown there. I won't go through it exhaustively. And the types of outputs that are generated, there are those that are around the generation of knowledge. Example was shown with publications, for instance. There are technologies that are developed, products, custom solutions, systems, and there's also an advisory role that we play, which yields policies, standards, and so forth. And of course, there's a number of development initiatives that are there. And all of this is used to achieve the tagline that we have in the organization, which is touching lives through innovation. And then to close off, I'll just touch on a few examples to give perhaps more of a tangible sense of some of the initiatives that fall under these various categories. If we think of technology development, the organization has a very long and well-established history when it comes to radar technologies. And this is used in a number of contexts for surveillance, for tracking, warning and interception, remote sensing. There's also additive manufacturing. These are examples of the type of technology development that take place. And of course, there are many more. Time, of course, doesn't permit that one goes into all the details. Product development, one example is during the COVID period, the CSIR developed ventilators for the population. There are a range of custom solutions that are developed. One example, perhaps, that I'll lift out here is addressing the poaching of rhinos. So a system was developed for the Kruger National Park. And of course, there are evidence-based decision support systems that have been developed. There are national test facilities, such as the wind tunnels that we have, and port modeling. There are also hosted programs that also, in addition to hosting public initiatives, also public-private initiatives as well. And there are also incubation facilities for some sectors, most notably here, biomanufacturing. And of course, a range of licensing across the different areas that the clusters operate, specialized training, and other specialized services, such as, the repair of turbines using laser technology and refurbishment of underwater sonar for the Navy and so forth. So I hope this gives you just some context about where you are. Please know that you are welcome. We truly appreciate this opportunity to have this engagement in this workshop, and we look forward to the deliberations and what will spring forth from it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wakaba. I guess now that Dr. Wakaba has welcomed us warmly so, I can now take off my blazer and continue with the business of the day, because he has said that I need to stay put, enjoy myself, and engage. So one of the things that Dr. Wakaba spoke about was on the pillars of the CSIR. And I took note of one particular one which speaks of the capacity building. And I guess we must also applaud the team for being able to can do such, because of, again, this is not just a talk shop. This is just intended to can share the knowledge, intended to can empower each other, and we can then walk out of here as being betterly capacitated to can engage with the industry and its individuals ourselves. So that we must say, please, thanks to the team for the consideration and also for the invite. It goes in a long way. So with that being said, the next speaker, I can see that we're managing our time quite nicely, which one of the things I'd like us to do is when we do so, we can be able to can open up for engagement with the audience as well. Because like I said, it's not supposed to be a one-way street. It's supposed to be at least a two-way lane that we're going to use. So let's set the ground rules, because now I've been given the powers to can run the program. Initially, I was kind of fuzzy to say, will that be accepted from the exec? But now that it's been said, I'm going to ask you to kindly put your phones on mute or silent, so that at least if anything else, because we know that we're coming from different environments and some of us might be required, but let's not at least disturb others who might be paying attention or those who are presenting. So kindly put your phones on silent for the duration of the session. Then you can open it up during maybe tea break or anything like that. If then there is a need that you might need to take a call, you can silently and swiftly do so without disturbing the others. Let's just be considerate of that. And now, with that being out of the way, firstly, kindly stay before lunch. There's been a request that we need to have a group photo. So we would request that everybody else, just before we proceed to lunch, we can then gather in the front, I'd say doors, so we can then have that 2 minutes quick photo, post that, then we can go to our lunch swiftly. So please keep that in mind, as maybe we announce that it's going to be lunchtime. And now that that has been said, maybe let me just make way for the next speaker, which is Dr. Moshe Masonta. So about Dr. Moshe Masonta, he's a seasoned research group leader, a principal research technologist within the Science Council, passionate about human capital development, with over 20 years experience in the telecoms technology space, with experience in technology innovation, development, through the technology readiness level, TLR basic research, through to TLR 9 of the commercialization. As an adjunct professor, he delivered guest lectures and contributed to human capital development through postgraduate student supervision, providing strategic research and leadership to a large team of researchers, engineers, scientists, and management, project management, business development, and small, medium, and macro business enterprises, and support within the wireless broadband space. Areas of interest include radio frequency, spectrum management, access solutions or techniques, 5G Open RAN, machine learning in wireless technology, the wireless networks, rural broadband access, 4IR technology and strategy, of which some of his RDI output fed into the development of regulations, policy directions, and technology demonstrators. So, ladies and gentlemen, may you kindly give a warm welcome to Dr. Moshe Maswanta.
Online. They didn't ask me for bio, and all of a sudden they're reading something. Okay, when is it ending? When did they get this? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you very much, Chair, and all protocols observed. So I'm Moshe Maswanta, as they already indicated. I was requested to just between what we'll be getting from the OEI, to just share some of the path that we took and some of the successes towards the impact of the work that we've been doing. So that's what I will be looking at. At the high level, our positioning here, we are more on towards the last mile. So we are not manufacturing the equipment. We do partner with different OEMs that manufacture the equipment, but where we are focusing on, especially specifically our research group, which is called Spectrum Access and Management Innovation, it's on towards the last mile. So the radio access network, as well as a bit of a backhaul, mostly wireless. That's where we use some technologies such as the TV white space to extend that backhaul towards remote and rural areas. And yeah, so as we can see, there are a number of, we also try to highlight where, because from the strategic objective that Dr. Wakawa mentioned, we want to localize technology and we want to reindustrialize South Africa. So it's also good to be aware as to which part of the puzzle is dominated by which players. You can see from the end user device manufacturing, is dominated by the multinationals. So we hardly have such. We tried as the country, but I don't know, we keep on having challenges there. You look into the network equipment vendors as well, there it's dominated by multinationals. So as the CSIR, we wish and would like to see this also starting to be localized within the country. We can't do it only by ourselves, but through partnership and influencing. So those are some of the things that we'd like to see. And we can also see the other color where it's local players dominated, the mobile wholesale operators, the mobile retail operators, and some of the content that is being developed, local content. So, but like as I indicated, our influence is trying to say at the last mile what can be done to also bring some local OEMs and SMEs to contribute. As we do the research at any time, we as researchers, we want to understand the problem. We have to define the problem. We have to provide the background. We have to provide the context. So the context that drives our research, specifically our research in our group, it is on the lack of connectivity to many unconnected people. Some studies had indicated there's more than 2 billion of people, mostly in underdeveloped countries, which are not connected, who do not have broadband. So for us to realize some of the SDG, United Nations SDG, we have to provide broadband infrastructure and services to all, right? So if you're asking which SDG number is 9C, so 9C is talking about universal access to ICT. So that's one of the contexts that is driving us to do the research that we are doing. We also look into some of the statistics. You can see in 2021 from ITU, 63% of the global population uses internet. You can decide what does it mean uses, but we have to use to base our work on some research. But when you come to Africa, the number gets very, very low. So how do we address that? We have to find ways to address that, and that number is what we define or we call as the digital divide. So the digital divide is something which is a concern, and there are two types of the digital divide from our studies and our understanding. We have the access divide. This is the primary divide because it's the gap between those who can access and those who cannot access the broadband services. is the lack of infrastructure. Then there is a usage gap, which is talking about those who use the internet and those who do not use the internet. Studies have shown a number of reasons for people not using internet. Some people, they have access, but they just do not want to use it. Some people, they don't have skills, digital illiteracy, how to use the broadband. And some is about affordability. You can see from the ITU, the resolution 37 of the World Telecommunication Development Conference, which was held in 2022, and affordability is part of the factors contributing to the digital divide gap, the digital skills, and the unavailability of the infrastructure itself. Okay, sorry. So as I indicated, we had to define the problem. What problem did we find to be addressable, which can help us solve the digital divide gap? There are many problems, as I've indicated, what constitute or what contribute the digital to the digital divide gap. One which we thought, as we brainstorm internally and with our partners and stakeholders, was the inefficient usage of radio frequency spectrum. So spectrum, radio frequency spectrum, or the airwaves, is the oils of the telecommunications. Without the spectrum, it's difficult to connect the unconnected. Why? Because most areas, they can be reachable through wireless communication. Some areas is very expensive to connect them through fiber. So for wireless communication, we need radio frequency spectrum. The current regulatory regime that is being used to manage the spectrum, it is lagging the technological advancements. So sometimes it allocates spectrum exclusively, and you find that some people who have more resources to buy spectrum, they can hog the spectrum and nobody can use the spectrum, whereas that spectrum can be utilized to connect the unconnected. And it becomes a barrier of entry because the license required to get the spectrum is very high. And there are unlicensed spectrum, but it's not always efficient to utilize it or feasible to utilize it to connect everyone, especially the remote and rural areas. So therefore, our problem that we have defined is that the inefficient management and access of radio frequency spectrum is one of the contributing factors to the digital divide. If we can find innovative ways to efficiently utilize spectrum, we believe more technology can come in to solve the digital divide gap. So we explored the dynamic spectrum access as a concept that can assist both from the regulatory perspective, even from the technological perspective, to enhance or to improve the usage of the spectrum. So from the technical perspective, we're talking about the cognitive radios, the software-defined radios. These combining all this with the concept of dynamic spectrum access, studies have found, even our results, we've been doing this work for many years with many universities. I see some professors here from Northwest, the UP. So we've been working with them on this for many years, and evidence is there that this is leading to efficient utilization of spectrum, because we can start sharing the spectrum instead of just exclusive usage or rights of the spectrum. So the large realization of this dynamic spectrum access was demonstrated also by the CSIR on the television band. So this is, we said thanks to the digital migration of broadcasting, because as we were studying this dynamic spectrum access over a decade ago, we wanted a band where we can demonstrate this at a large scale. And because during that time, there was a digital migration from analog broadcasting to digital. So the TV band was the most suitable band to demonstrate this. And thankfully, this was not only a South African issue, it was global. So we could compare notes with the FCC from America, Ofcom from the UK. All of them were targeting that band to say, how can we demonstrate the dynamic spectrum access? So through this alternative technology for bridging the digital divide gap in the underserved and the rural areas was developed. based on this dynamic spectrum access concept. And as I indicated, we've been championing this since 2009 as the CSIR, working with the partners as well as the regulator. And we developed what we call a geolocation spectrum database, which enables the deployment of what we call TV white space technologies. This is the journey. So I had to show this because something must be done about the time it takes from when we develop the technology and when the R&D get out of the lab to when it's realized, when the impact is made. It has taken us almost a year from when we proved the concept evidence-based to when the regulation was developed, and then to when then we start realizing or deploying the technology. So we hope going forward with some of the intervention, some of my colleagues are talking about the sandbox, regulatory sandbox, and other mechanisms which can help to shorten the period. But as a journey, it was a worthwhile experience because you start realizing how do you make an impact through R&D and the need to work with the regulator. So we started this from the dynamic spectrum access, cognitive radio. We have produced many PhDs. Among them who worked on this, we have produced along the way from 2009. 2012, there were large-scale trials where we partnered with a regulator, ICASA, Google came on board, and other role players. We conducted these trials in Cape Town. And 2014, we went on to do other technology trials in Limpopo region or Limpopo province. Here we're partnering with the Microsoft and others. So here the goal of these OTT providers was to say, let's explore alternative technologies to connect the many people. So that's why they could come on and partner with us to do this kind of work. CASA, they have their process on how do you end up having the regulation. The 2015, they published a discussion paper on dynamic spectrum access. It was a new concept. 2017, a position paper went out from ICASA. The regulations were finally published in 2018 for TV white space. And then the reference GLSD 2019 was commissioned by ICASA. Then 2020, the TV white space were among some of the technologies which enabled the deployment of TV white space and other technology during the COVID crisis. And then in 2022, from the CSIR, we commercialized that technology, the GLSD, to one of the SMEs in South Africa. So that is the journey. And the reason why we are sharing this is as we are moving now to other technologies, such as where we'll be using the open telecoms, open RAN, using some of the open source software like OAI, we remind ourselves of this long journey. And we are saying, how can we shorten this? And we also demonstrate that through R&D, you be rest assured and partner with us. We know what we are doing, right? We will, from these beginnings, we will take this and make sure that it changes the lives of the people. So that's the goal of my talk. So this is one of the impact that we're able to make through that long journey of the TV white spaces. We have established new businesses. We supported about 13 SMEs. As we know, we are not rich. We do not have money to do all this, so we partner. So in 2020, during the COVID, we had partnered with the United Nations Development Program, the United Kingdom Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, and other industry players like CCOM. They came on board a bit later to support the SMEs in bridging the digital divide, because during that time, everybody was working at home. But those who don't have connectivity at home, how do we address the challenges of connectivity? So it was a good time to say, let's put the technologies there, let us scale it and support as many entrepreneurs on the ground as possible. So we're able to support these 13 SMEs across about 5 or 6 provinces in South Africa between that period. And the support that we provided include capacity development for the SMEs to grow and sustain their businesses, providing ongoing technical support, monitoring and evaluation. So you'll notice that to be an SMME, most of us, obviously, we did not take that route. It's not easy. You need more support because there's a technology on the other hand, there's business on the other hand, there's human, there's finance. So there are a lot of things that are required for SMMEs to succeed. Hence, through the Ofcom part, I mean the FCDO part of the funding was to provide this capacity development and support for the SMMEs, and as well as monitoring and evaluation so that we can ensure that whatever that we intended to develop is being realized. Here are some of the numbers so far up to February 2024. I already mentioned the number of SMMEs. Some of them were just 1 or 2 years into the business before they participated in this program. And now they've expanded, they've employed as many people. So you start seeing what studies have shown that SMMEs are the main job creators, not the bigger businesses, but the SMMEs. The jobs which were created, about 111 by these SMMEs. Public facilities connected by internet, 212. I wanted to bring the SA Connect statistics for SA Connect phase 1 and compare, but I thought there may be government people and it will be unfair because we did this with very little money, but billions were spent on SA Connect to connect these facilities, and the numbers are comparable. So you can see the impact that has been made towards addressing these connectivity issues. The hotspots, the public hotspots, concurrent internet users, as well as the households that were able to connect through the internet, 2,636. And then the other local SMMEs or businesses within those communities, about 270. This local, there may be spaza shop, a hardware, number of businesses which are operating in rural and remote areas, which were able now to connect through this technology. The lessons that we learned there, which are important, it's very critical when SMMEs are to deploy the network in rural areas, to have the municipalities to support them, because they are to build the infrastructure, they are to build the towers. So you need some approvals and permit by the municipalities, as well as the support from the major industry players. In some instances, we had to coexist or to share the towers with the bigger players. So we also do not expect the same rental fee to be paid by the SMMEs as if it's a bigger player, as well as the national departments. We also had the likes of the SOEs, state-owned enterprises like Broadband Infraco coming on board, supporting other SMMEs, which they were part of our program. Is very crucial to make sure that the SMMEs grow and sustain their businesses. The SMME to have the business model to connect the unconnected is something that we have realized that while the bigger players, they struggle to get value out of the rural communities, because they will do the ARPU, average revenue per user, to say, no, it does not make sense for us to put a 4G infrastructure in this rural area. But an SMME who grew up, some of these entrepreneurs, they grew up in that village. They've got the mechanism. They have lower overhead to still connect those people there. So that's what we have learned. And as a result, they are contributing to the economic growth because they are creating jobs to some of the youth, which some of them have given up, to say, we'll never get a job because of my location. And yeah, we've also realized that here there's a team of entrepreneurs which are vibrant in South Africa. These guys, they just need support. They just need to be unlocked, and you provide the right support, the right funding. We can solve some of the problems, especially unemployment. So it's very crucial that as we develop our technology, we bring on these SMMEs in order to contribute towards addressing the challenges that we are having. So from our side, we believe that the dynamic spectrum access is one of the options to address the high barrier entry into the telecommunication market, because now we start seeing players, SMEs who could not afford to buy the spectrum license, which is thousands of rands, starting to operate in the TV band, which is light licensed. You do not have to buy a license to operate on the TV band. All you need to do is just a minimal fee for the GLSD support provider. That GLSD is the one that assists in identifying the white spaces and enable you to start communicating. So that is one of the benefits that we have seen. And evidence-based regulation and policy making is critical, but can be supported through R&D. So the collaboration between the researchers, policymakers, and regulators is critical to make sure that whatever regulations and policies that we put are tested, are tried and tested. And closing the digital divide gap, especially in the underdeveloped and developing countries, requires innovative and localized solutions. We do have them in Africa. We shouldn't always want fold our hands and say there is multinationals that can come and solve our problems. They don't understand our problems. We understand our problems, and the African market is big. So if we can start solving this problem, we can have the economies of scale, instead of having that small technology and failing because maybe the market is not supporting it. But if we can start localizing the technologies and collaborate and work together, we can address some of the South African problems without having to import all the time. We are importing a lot, especially in the ICT. We have to reduce that number. We do have the capabilities, and the European colleagues are here to assist us also, to wherever we may be lacking in some of the capabilities, we collaborate. They open their software, and it's open source. We can contribute and address the challenges. I'm not a politician, but I just feel we have to sometimes take off the technology part and address the social problems because they're affecting us. These problems are affecting us. We can't avoid them. So we are currently continuing exploring the dynamic spectrum access beyond the TV band. We are looking at the C band and the S band. So that is the work that we are currently doing. We are partnering with ICASA currently, and we are looking forward to also partner with other our usual partners. We will open it up, and we will need some radios, new radios that can operate on that band. So that is the work that we are doing. And yeah, as I indicated in one of my slides, there's a need to shorten the time that it takes for the R&D output to go to the market. So there are a lot of regulatory and policy hurdles that have to be removed, so that whatever, because sometimes I remember one of the DG, he said the TV white space technology is growing bad now, but the challenge was the regulation, which was not yet there. So it took time to develop that. So if we can fast track that, then we can solve many problems through research and development. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Masonta. Like we've said that we want to have this engagement. I think we should be happy that Dr. Masonta just gave us an extra 10 minutes. We can engage him on the subject. So I see there's already hands that are coming with interest, and I'd like you to stay so we can then address that. And as for the colleagues online as well, I'd like us maybe to also say if you'd like to engage on this topic, since you're also part of us, then you can just swiftly raise your hands, then we will note you and we'll enable you the opportunity to do so. So I then hand over to you,
Thank you, Chair. I'm Benjamin Joplin.
Yeah, you audio.
I wanted to ask Dr. Masonta, in the US, they've got a concept that they call CBRS. Basically, it's like a community broadcast radio spectrum, which is almost like on the C-band. Or in South Africa, that's considered high demand spectrum. What are the initiatives that we will see a mode where maybe the GLSD can involve something that ICASA could be actively involved in legislating a framework where there could be something like CBRS, especially with now we getting a private 5G and all of those type of things. what you get from ICASA when you speak to them, they say, oh, this is high demand spectrum, thou shalt not use it. But then the policy framework, basically, at the moment, it's a very old policy framework, with all due respect, not to say that ICASA is behind, but you have mentioned it, that it does not reflect the progress of technology. How is the influence of the CSIR in speaking to ICASA and following what other nations are doing?
Okay, thank you very much.
Maybe before we answer, for the benefit of those who are online as well, I mean, you kindly maybe state who you are if you're not comfortable with the organization as well. So at least everybody should know who we're speaking to. Thanks. Thanks. Comfortable with that?
Okay. No, it's Mr. Hector Shope from Goodlink Technologies. Just to move faster. Yeah, so that is an important one. ICASA is on board and is aware of those developments. We, together with them last year, we visited the USA and FCC for benchmarking purposes. It was CSR in ICASA. So that's what led, I mean, that's part of the work that I indicated that it's a 3-year project, the work on dynamic spectrum access on the C and the S-band. So whatever that will come out of that research, because we visited a number of country regulators, the FCC to see the CBRS. We also went to the Ofcom in the United Kingdom. We also went to South Korea. So based on that, the work is ongoing, and we hope there will be some whatever research that will come out. It's aiming at getting some solution similar to that or something different for the South African market. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Masonta. Is there any takers in the room again?
And when are you going to be complete with your research, or I mean, with that project, the 3-year project? When is it slated for completion on the C-band and S-band?
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know your name, so I can't introduce you.
So my name is Michael Philip Paul from MTN.
Okay. No, thank you very much. The project, we are on the 2nd year of the project this year. We'll also be doing the trials. So it's a 3-year project. So by the end of next year, it's our financial year is April to March. So 2026. So that will be where we'll be having some of the output.
Any takers online? Absence of any. Maybe before I let you go, Dr. Masonta, one thing maybe that I guess resonates with what Dr. Wakava said. Oh, there's a question online. Okay, listen. Please acknowledge them and let them come through.
Thanks, Tapelo, and thanks, Dr. Masota. Thanks for the wonderful presentation. And also, probably one should.
No, we can hear you. Can still come through. Looks like the network is failing us.
Before I go.
Oh. Maybe can you try to speak up again, because we had a breakage in your network.
Dumisa Ngwenya.
Babu Ngwenya, yes, we can hear you.
I'll come through. I'll come through. Thanks.
Babu Ngwenya, do you mind maybe typing your question on the chat, because it looks like we have network challenges. The irony is we in a network kind of a setup and we get to be hit by the same problem, but it's the nature of the beast, I guess. Rosina, if there is a question on the chat, could you kindly read it out for us, please? There's nothing yet. Babu Ngwenya, we would like to hear from you. May you kindly just maybe put it on the chat so that we can be able to engage and respond to you. Like we said, there's an issue with the digital divide, and we don't want to be the ones who promote it. We want to promote inclusivity by all means, and we're not excluding you in any way. So as I was saying, with what Dr. Masonta has spoken about and what also Dr. Wakaba spoke about, there's something that gives me pride in being one of the CSIR employees. When you look at the pillars that we have, that we spoke about, Dr. Wakaba took us through the capacity development. And at the same time, you come through and you look at what Dr. Masonta spoke as with the epic values, putting the people at the center of all of these things. So I must acknowledge and say that as much as the CSIR might be viewed in public as only the research kind of institution, but there's also a lot that is being done by the CSIR. What we need to do is we need to tell our good stories. Because if we do not tell our stories, nobody else would know about it. We saw the statistics when it comes to connectivity. We saw the statistics when it comes to employment opportunities that were provided. But let it not be only what we share in conferences or workshops like this, but this needs to be stories that are told to the public so that the public could see the impact that the CSR does and the values that the CSR lives, including everything else that comes with the pillars that the CSIR identifies with. So with that being the case, I'd like to say thank you, Dr. Masonta, for a quite insightful presentation. And maybe on adding on what you had said as well, to call on industry partners to say, for us to be able to to deliver the impact that we want to deliver, we need you on board. We need your funding. There's no way we can do it with a parliamentary grant. We need you to come on board. If there is ways of commercializing these initiatives, there could be benefit to you. It's not a matter of just providing them for free, but it's also making sure that capacity moving forward, we have enough and we've commercialized this for the betterment of our own country. So with that being said, I'd like to call on Dr. Hlabishi Kubo. So when I called in Dr. Masonta, I saw that he started shaking his head and say, hey, but I didn't provide my bio. It's a life of technology these days. Everything is just at the click of a button. But I had to correct myself and say, some information might be old information. Sometimes you might be using ChatGTP and we forget that it doesn't really be the most precise tool that we have with its biases and all. So I took the honors of asking Dr. Hlabishi for his bio. So in this case, if I read anything else that's out of line, it's not my fault. So Dr. Hlabishi Kubo is an accomplished researcher and research group leader in the field of emerging technologies with extensive experience at the CSIR in South Africa. He currently serves as an RGL for the Cloud, Network Architecture and Services, where he leads a team of research and development engineers focusing on cutting-edge technologies such as SDN, NFV, network slicing, 5G, IoT, including cloud, fog, multi-edge computing. In addition to his work at the CSIR, Hlabi is a part-time lecturer at the Tshwane University of Technology. He supervises master's and PhD students from various universities, such as TUT, UniZulu, UCT, and UKZN. He is also the co-founder of the Kukanang Career Expo Project, NPO, which supports indigenous learners in rural areas. He previously worked as an operational specialist in technology strategy and introduction at Telkom SA, SOC. Hlabi's diverse expertise and commitment to technology and advancement and educational make him a pivotal figure in his field. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, may you kindly welcome Dr. Hlabi Kubo on stage.
Thank you very much, Baba, again, for that kind introduction. And I must say that the irony of all this is that I was sitting a few days ago, and then I saw someone writing something, and then they actually provided that bio on my behalf. So it's actually not of my own doing. So I just copied it from where they got it. I don't know where, how, and gave it to you. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I suppose we are observing all protocols, and I think my my job has been made easier by the previous speakers. So I'll just touch on some of the current research work that we're working on, more so on 5G. So we've got all this range of challenges, and then
It sounds like you're not audible.
am I not?
Yeah.
Too short.
Yeah, I don't have it.
There are different kind of challenges. So yeah, so I will touch on the open 5G work that we're working on. So Moshe has touched on a number of works that we have done before. So I'll just take you into what we're currently doing. So I'll be very short. So I'll try to make this as much interactive as we can so that we can discuss. I suppose we are here for interactions, not speeches and presentations and all that. So we will look at advances in 5G and other emerging technologies, and so this is essentially the landscape of some of the current and evolutionary trends in mobile communication technologies, what we have been working on. So most of these technologies are actually building blocks towards 5G, right? So the 5G mobile architecture will enable us to incorporate most of these technologies and build networks that are affordable and manageable. And we have a range of technologies. When we started this work, we had different technologies such as software-defined networking, network functions visualization as our base technologies. So hence, we are creating a platform that can incorporate all these technologies to build something that is affordable, and most importantly, to address the challenges that we'll deal with now. Moshe already touched on some. So there are a range of technologies such as network slicing, cloud-to-edge computing, how to ensure that we move things to the cloud and safely so. And so as we're moving things to the cloud, there are also other applications that requires things to be processed at the edges. So we're looking at cloud to edge, the harmonization between the cloud and the edge in building technologies. And of course, cybersecurity, everything that we're doing, our advancements and our direction towards openness has security in. So if we are designing and developing technologies, we've got to start with the security. Security has to be a very critical component that takes us through all the steps. So I will focus on the Open RAN. This is where we are. So all these components, these technologies that I'm referring to are actually moving towards 5G. So we've got these challenges, and digital divide, I think Dr. Masonda explained it very well. And we've got other challenges as well. Digital infrastructure is one of the key challenges that we're having in the country. We've got infrastructure deficit. How do we ensure that we are still able to have impactful work within those constraints? And broadband affordability, interoperability, telecoms testing services, and vendor login. I think these are very high level challenges. And what we ought to do is to translate these high level societal challenges into scientific challenges through which then we can find solutions. So our role is to look at these challenges that are besetting the society, translate them into scientific challenges, and find technological solutions, which will in turn solve some of the societal challenges that we're having. So we have an ITU study which found that a 10% in mobile broadband penetration can add about 1.8% to the GDP per capita. And if you go in different countries, that should be about 2% for low-income countries, and about 2.5% for sub-Saharan countries. So broadband penetration is very much important and something that we strive to achieve. And if you look at some of these challenges that I just highlighted here, we have network infrastructure sharing, trying to address some of the challenges, broadband connectivity, digital divide, and all that. So what we then looked at was how can we use infrastructure sharing to resolve some of these challenges. And when we look at our mobile network landscape, we then find that most of these mobile operators, they are vertically integrated, meaning that each and every one of them own their own infrastructure while providing services to their end users. And unfortunately, that leads to infrastructure duplication. And we think that the concept of network infrastructure sharing can come in here to ensure that some of these infrastructures are shared, and then we can then have a surplus to ensure that we have an outer reach, a wider reach to other communities which are underserved. We also have a serious problem with the lack of competition and openness in the provision of network equipment. Most of our networks are very much, there's over dependence on vendors, which also has the challenge of vendor lock-in, where you're now supposed to be using a particular vendor because you started with it. So basically what you then have in our networks is sort of islands of technologies, where in this region we know a vendor X only operates in that region. So we're looking at those as challenges that we've got to address, and seeing how research, development, and innovation can come into to play. And of course, then now this leads to a higher cost of entry for new entrants. It's becomes very difficult. Dr. Masonda indicated the cost of spectrum as one of the key inputs in this sector. Very expensive. The cost of infrastructure very expensive. So it becomes very difficult overall for any new players to come in, which is something that we need. We need small players to come into the sector, to come build solutions, to come to go into the communities which are underserved, to go and make a difference. And as we started with this work, we look at we played around with different models in network infrastructure sharing. One of the models that we looked at was a multi-operator core network, and there's also another version called multi-operator radio access network, MORAN. The difference here is just on the technicalities and modalities, but this is something that we built in the lab to see how multiple operators can coexist in one infrastructure. And I think since we started with this work about 5 or so years ago, we're seeing more of that. We're seeing more of infrastructure sharing. In actual fact, we're seeing a situation whereby most of the operators are now seeding their radio access infrastructure and focusing on their core businesses, focusing on their core technologies. So in that way, then we envision a situation whereby you will then have what you call an infrastructure owner then leasing the infrastructure to multiple players, and in that way, then other players can also come in, at a very reduced cost. So these are some of the capabilities that we got, and we could prove from the cloud multi-operator core network, and this also enabled us to also look at the telecommunications over the cloud, because it's one of the key technologies, the cloud, that we've got to implement to ensure that the cost of deployment is ultimately reduced. And we've got multiple benefits in terms of CAPEX and OPEX savings, better utilization of spectral resources, and of course the stimulation of server level competition instead of an infrastructure level competition. So we think that this will alleviate eventually the entry barrier for SMEs. And as we then work on the cloud multi-operator core network, then we then saw the need that as we do the research, you always unravel new things. That one of the studies that we looked at showed that 70% of the cost are actually going to the radio access network. So all the operators spend almost 70% of their capital expenditure to the infrastructure in the RAN. And in that, almost 80% of that is actually dominated by few players, 3 heavyweights in the world. So we then looked at ways that we can actually use open radio access networks to ensure that eventually we use open interfaces, open protocols to bring down the cost of deployment, the cost that actually is in the radio access space, and to also support the migration from integrated single vendor system to more modular and open platforms, to promote vendor diversity and ecosystem. And in so doing, we'll be then supporting the SMEs as well. And so the ultimate goal is actually to reduce the ICT imports through open RAN solutions. So this is very key. So we have a goal that if we can reduce the ICT imports by doing this work, then we'll be doing some good to the society. We'll be able to bring in the SMEs, right? Because we've got all this capital flight, all these expenses that we're talking about, they're going overseas. So if we can reduce that, and I think that will bring the cost of connectivity down significantly. So we have the open 5G laboratory. I think this is what brings us together here today, which we have been building and we continue to build it. And so this is aimed at building a 5G and beyond laboratory for research, development, and innovation. So we are planning this to be a sandbox facility wherein small players, established mobile operators, over-the-top players and providers and other relevant stakeholders can access this platform and assess their operational readiness for novel applications before integration to their productive environments. And we also see it as a playground area for upskilling unemployed youth in ICT through internships, hackathons, bootcamps, and GITs. So I think Dr. Wagaba spoke about the capacity and the human capital element that we have a role to play. So I think this also provides us with a platform to do that. So we also want to contribute to government's technology localization initiative through customization and adaptation of open source based solutions to meet different unique needs of South Africans, and to also provide localized conformance and interoperability testing of current and emerging standards in ICT. So this is very important. We've got to have localized and local conformance testing and interoperability capabilities. One of the conversations that we had with Goodlang Technologies, Hector, was one of the pain points was how much they are spending in testing their technologies overseas and having to come back and sell them. So when they come back to sell them, they're out of the market. They get outpriced. So this is one of the areas that we've got to ensure that we build capability internally, locally, such that we enable anyone who's building solutions, who's building equipment to come and test, right? And to also speak to the market, the industry, such that they know that when anything has been conformance tested at this particular platform, they know this platform it's got their credibility, and they will have confidence in it that we can take it and it will be ready to be deployed in their market. So we also want to contribute to government cloud deployment strategies and benchmarking to ensure data sovereignty. So this is one of the key areas that we're looking at. There are so many, a lot at play. So as we're moving towards cloud technologies, cloud deployments, cloud adoptions, so we've got to ensure that we also build localized cloud technologies such that they are domiciled here. Data sovereignty is very key. There are different sensitivities in data. So government departments and other, especially more in the security clusters, they want to ensure and satisfy themselves that the data that they have will remain in the country. And of course, as I already indicated, that we were planning to have a 10% reduction in ICT imports. So these is also one of our goals as we're working on different projects with the Department of Science and Technologies. So this is what we gave them as our goal. And I believe we cannot do this alone. So all of us in here, the industry, the academia, so we've got to work together to ensure that this becomes a reality. So the laboratory, the platform, as we are building it, we have it, and this is what we have so far. As I indicated, we continue to work on it. But the laboratory, on a higher level, aims to strategically aims for use case neutrality. And we are also a neutral organization, so we welcome everyone. Right, so we want to facilitate research, development, and innovation across diverse sectors, such as smart ports, operations, digital mines, tourism, public safety, and road safety. So what I also want to indicate here is that these days, technologies are galore. We've got a lot of technologies. So we are at the point where it's not about what the technologies can do for us, but what can we do with these technologies that are available. Right, so we've got to use these technologies to address or to solve our societal challenges. We know them better, so technologies are out there. So it's for us then to use these different technologies to address those challenges. And I think the most important part here is that we've got to work together on use cases. Right, here's a platform. Then now we've got to start working on use cases, and use cases addresses those particular problems that exist in our society. So we have the platform. Then now we've got to collaborate on these use cases. And I can go into the technical details, but I suppose the technical details will be mostly covered in the next two days. We've got a training where we'll look at these technologies, in particular the OpenAirInterface. As you can see, is one of the two biggest open RAN technologies in the world currently, and they've been very gracious to come here and work with us and look at how to deploy it. So we'll be dealing with that in the next 2 days. But it's one of the technologies. It's actually a key technology that we're using in our radio access network. And on our core network, we've got different technologies as well. Like we said, is an open radio access lab, but we also have proprietary technologies. Those who have proprietary technologies that they want to trial, test, the lab enables that as well. So this is also the technology stack overall that we're having. So the RDR platform implemented in accordance with Open RAN principles, and DRE, GPP, and ITU radio access and core network open standards and specifications. So it's very much within standards and specification. And of course, security hardened open source software solutions prioritized to address vendor lock-in, decrease time to market of new services through sandbox and tailored testing of new application. So whenever we talk about anything open, and the first thing that comes to people's mind is that is it secure? And that's always the debate. But yeah, so hence security becomes very key, that we ensure that everything that we do is security hardened. And I can dare say that what we are working on, or what we have built with OEI and other technologies, does conform to those security standards. And the intersection of these technologies here are as they are not hardened, but it's just a range of technologies that we are using. Some of the capabilities that we were envisioning for the platform is to have platform as a service where we can open the test bed to the industry and academia for joint research and development, trial services, offering trials for new solutions, and those who want to do POCs, be it SMEs, and operators, or any other players or stakeholder. And I think most importantly, also joint research development and on innovation. So we've got to then collaborate on RDI solutions that we can test, we can trial, we can do proof of concept, and ensure that they are market ready. And of course, we also want to offer or to conduct comprehensive conformance testing solutions. We started this conformance testing using SDN back in the days, and so we went through the whole process of ISO 9001 standards with SANAS, and so we continue with that journey. And not only are we looking at SDN conformance testing, but conformance testing of other technologies as well. Moshe indicated conformance testing that is already happening on the TV white space equipment. So there are other areas that we're looking at to ensure that there is no need for us to go elsewhere. And of course, as we are doing research, as we're building these technologies, there are always challenges. And one of our key challenges has been for the laboratory in particular is the spectrum license. So currently, the frameworks from the regulator to provide R&D spectrum. So they're not so much clear. I think ICASA is here. They can talk more of that. But I think this has been a challenge of accessing spectrum, because this is very key. If we want to test and ensure that technologies and solutions are market ready, we've got to ensure that they are well tested. So currently we have to do indoor testing and often use Faraday cages, and we also have a room. Teresa, what do you call that room? Yeah, I just don't know how to call that name. Anechoic chamber, which is RF proof, where we were testing this technology. So we've got to take those outside the outside. We've got a very good environment here where we can then look at those. So, and of course, then as we also move towards the need for private networks, so those becomes very key. Spectrum license becomes very key, and of course we looking at the collaborations on use cases and also skills and capacity. We've got to build skills and capacity. So we believe that part of the training is ensure that we build capacity not only for ourselves but for the country. Some of the research areas that we're still busy with or we're still going into. So we're looking at narrowband technologies as well. Narrowband IoT is one of the key LP1 technologies that we are integrating to enable IoT applications, and network slicing, end-to-end network slicing, to ensure that there's network slicing on the radio access radio access as well as the core network side, and so cloud to edge computing areas, and how do we then now integrate artificial intelligence and machine learning into the platform and in 5G in general. As Moshe indicated, work on dynamic spectrum management continues. And so we know 5G technologies are very much energy hungry. So this is one of the areas that we're looking into. There's current work looking into energy efficiency and also private networks. How can private networks be better established within the current legislative regime? We're different from other countries where in Germany, for instance, enterprises will be given particular spectrum to establish private networks, but that's not the case here. So, but within that framework, how can we then establish private networks? So we have different benefits. There are benefits for everyone in any work that we do. Incumbent operators, reduction in CAPEX, OPEX, decreased time to market new technologies, economies of scales, also new business models, and SMEs, as I've already indicated. So we want to ensure that the door is open, the entry barrier is lowered such that they can also participate. And of course, as a citizen, all I need is affordable connectivity and broadband. So we've indicated there has been a hashtag called data must fall. So, and of course, the citizens are waiting with bated breath for data to fall. So we have the responsibility of ensuring that we make that a reality. And of course, the regulator as well as the industry in general. So this is what I just wanted to cover, and I think I've taken some of your time. Apologies for that, but thank you very much.
No, thank you, Dr. Kuo. I guess at times it's warranted that when you need to share enough that you might even have to go over time, but the colleagues have been nice enough to pay attention and be interested in what we had to share with us. And I'd like to also maybe open up now and maybe let's have conversations or questions if you'd like to, so we can engage Dr. Kubo. And before we do, I don't know if Tumsan is still online. He came back and said that somehow, some way, his technology or network improved. So like we say, we don't want to be the ones who promote the digital divide. So I'm going to maybe start with him. And it's unfortunately Dr. Masonta left the room, but at least your question can then be brought forward and we can revert back to you on a later stage. Are you still available, Tumsan? Tumsani? Yeah, it looks like this network is not on your side, eh? Like I said, you can pose your question again online and we will engage it and revert back to you so you don't miss the opportunity. But colleagues, let me try and open up to you to maybe engage Dr. Kubo in terms of what he has shared, and if you'd like maybe to any further clarity or highlights or inputs or anything else towards it. So maybe will you still consider, for me, what touched me the most was when you highlighted the fact that we need to start bringing South Africans into the play. So we don't necessarily become consumers, because that's what we've turned into. We've turned into consumers of these old technologies that has to be brought from the outside to inside here. And maybe it's a call to all of us to say, he's made available the sandboxes. So why don't we take advantage of that? Space that is available to can play and test things out. So maybe it's also a challenge to each and every individual sitting here to say, the CSIR has got facilities. The CSIR has made facilities available. We're not only coming out to say to you, we're asking for funding to do things, but we also want to work with you as the government of national unity. Now I understand it better. So that we can then all come together and work together and trying to say, how then can we move the needle forward? Because the most important thing is that what can we do for us as South African and for South Africa as well? Let's say you'll be kind of edgy when I spoke about government of national unity. Yes, Robert?
Yes, hello. My name is Robert Schmidt from the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance, and thank you for the presentation. My question, I didn't really understand. So first of all, what you presented, this R&D environment, I mean, in particular, this lab, is this the only one in South Africa? Are there others? I mean, just for an orientation. And the second thing, is there a good response? I mean, are there companies that come and actively test, or can you describe a little bit, or is this mostly students that use this, or what is the environment here?
All right. Thanks. Not only for South Africans. So currently, I think that's the reason why we brought you in. I think the first phase of the lab has just got completed. And so far, the people who have been working on it will be students that we work with from different universities. Those are the people who have been using the facility, because it has been under progress, but the first phase is completed. I think the minimum viable product is there. Right, so we continue to build on it. So now it's an open call to different players and stakeholders to come in and join us as we then move forward. However, we've had engagements in the past. There has been agitation from some of the SMEs, small players, who have been asking about the readiness of the laboratory and to start testing. So I think there has been a delay from our side. Of course, the open technologies, we had to sort that out first. But there has been interest to say, when is this lab going to be ready? We want to start. Right. So I think going forward, then we'll see a lot more of that.
The one thing that I would like to add, just, I mean, because I said also, is it just students? I don't mean that it's only students. I mean, in the end, the important thing maybe is also to, in particular, train students, because in the end, it are the people who will bring this later into the industry and who already had some contact and who then might either refer back or maybe build labs in the industry. So, I mean, I think it's a very good initiative, and it's certainly very important to train students. Maybe it's the first people that you actually have to train before you go to the companies.
Of course. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Robert. Yeah, ladies and gentlemen. Is there? Oh, Hector has a question.
Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yes, you can come through.
Okay, my name is Dennis. I'm from Communication Authority in Kenya. My question is for the multi-operator system that you're trying to build for the mobile operators. Are you involving the operators in the research that is currently ongoing? And if so, what is their feedback on the development of that network, of that system?
Thanks. A very good question. Are we involving the operators? So we've been engaging with the operators. Like I said, when we started with the MOCON, I think what we have seen in the industry, they have scaled up on the multi-operator core network. So we had Centec. I think Dumisa is from Centec. So we had Centec, who were also building another instance of a lab, so who we then worked with at some point. But it depends on the technologies that we're using. Like, for instance, we started with proprietary technologies, and we saw the need to go the open RAN route, right? So with the industry, we were engaging with them, but of course, they are also looking at the readiness of these technologies that we are deploying, right? So in most cases, they are using proprietary technologies, and I think we'll continue to work with them, especially multi-operator core network implemented using open RAN technologies, because currently it is done through proprietary technologies, and I think going forward we have to see how that is done using these technologies.
My name is Humphrey from UCT. So I saw you mentioned 4 use cases that are targeting with the R&D deployment that you have. So I'm just wondering, what is the rationale behind the 4? Was it driven by CSIR, or were they driven by the demands from what we are seeing in South Africa at the moment?
Actually, those are the ones that could fit in the slide. So we're not prescriptive, it's not exhaustive. I think the key point there is that we need to start working with other stakeholders in building use case, in working on use cases. So these are not the use cases that we're working on, but we are building a platform which is use case agnostic, such that when there is a particular need for a particular use case, then we can jointly work together on that. Right.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, maybe give Dr. Kubo a round of applause. So now that it's between me and your tea time, I'd like us to maybe break for tea and come back in 15 minutes. So that will be generally around 5 to 10. And yeah, I understand ICC serves very good coffee, so do not miss out on the opportunity. And secondly, most importantly as well, let's use this platform as an opportunity to engage and network. We might not necessarily have the opportunity to converge again as this kind of knowledgeable people. So use it to your advantage. And yeah, let's be back at 5 to 10. Thank you very much. 5 to 11, sorry, my mistake. I'm enjoying this so much that I wanted to go on forever and ever. To the colleagues online, also hope that you've got your nice Jacobs at home that you can indulge and be back with us in the next 15 minutes. Thank you. So welcome back to the second session. And yeah, as we proceed, the next session is going to be the one that stands between us and lunch. Hope it becomes quite appetizing, because that's the only way that can either win or make right. But I have no doubt that it will really lead us to have good lunch, which is something that is also being nicely served within the ICC. So the next then session will include 2 presentations. So the one presentation will be just an overview of the OAI. Then that will be followed by the roadmap. And as you can see on my right, feels like I'm in a boxing ring, on my right. So as you can see on my right, I've got the colleagues from the OAI. So I will just introduce them, give you a short bio of them. Then I will hand over to them to take us through the next 2 presentations. And as we have already agreed, we'll also enable you to can engage them. As maybe next time when you have to, there might be a fee attached to it, and it goes in euros, right? So since the GNU, I saw that the rand was below 18, but at some point it went back to 8 6. I don't know. Maybe by the time we engage with it, it's gonna be 23 rands. Why not take advantage of it now? So with all jokes being said aside, let me just call upon Robert. So Robert is a RAN team lead at the OpenInterface Software Alliance. In his role, in addition to being an individual contributor, he maintains an OpenAirInterface RAN repository and oversees RAN CI testing. He works mostly at the L2, L3 layers with a focus on splits. Before joining OpenAirInterface, Robert obtained a PhD in communications from Sorbonne University. During his PhD, he worked on topics related to RAN slicing and software-defined radio access networks. Additionally, he maintained the Flex RAN controller and helped start the Flex rig near the RT rig. And this one of the next then maybe probably okay, just pause there for Robert before I go. So maybe then what I'll do is let's give Robert a round of applause. Then I'll go to the next. So the next one then is about Stefan Spetel. I hope I pronounced it properly. I'm Zulu, so sometimes the pronunciation gets stuck somewhere. But so Stefan made his first contribution to the OpenAirInterface core network on March 22 during his master's thesis at TU Vienna and an internship with an OpenInterface Software Alliance. Today, Stefan serves as the CEO and co-founder of FinTech, a startup that combines the best of IT and telecommunications. Its vision is to simplify 5G by opening 5G black boxes to enable and accelerate use case development. For his purpose, FinTech is building the Visual 5G Lab, a developer-friendly 5G lab as a service, driven by a commitment to leverage OpenAirInterface technology. FinTech has emerged as a key contributor to the OAI core network since October 2022. Can you give Stefan a round of applause? So last but not least, we always leave the best for last year. I'm gonna try my best not to butcher, but I can't guarantee that. So Yaroslava Pidrerova, am I in the right track? Oh, okay, I must give myself a pat in the back. Who's a software engineer. So Yaroslava obtained a bachelor's degree from the Faculty of Electrical Engineering at Czech Technical University in Prague. Jeez, the Zulu in me doesn't want to leave. Eh? During her master's studies, she participated in the double degree program between Czech Technical University in Prague and Eurocom, Sofia Antipolis. Before joining the team, Yaros did a student internship at OpenAirInterface, focusing on the off-road of the channel decoding using this, I'm not gonna say it, Sync T1 and T2 accelerator cards. So again, let's give it a round of applause for Yaros. You may come join me in the hot seat. And yes, Robert, you can then take the lead.
So first, and thanks for the invitation. Thanks so much for letting us speak here. So I would like to thank the CSIR and also Albert Lisko for initially reaching out and making all of this happen. Welcome you also in the name of Raymond Knopp, who is the president of the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance and who is also professor at the Communication Systems Department in Eurocom, which is a research institute. I will come to speak about this in a moment. And then also in the name of Irfan Gauri, who is the manager of operations at the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance. So, and the slides will come up in one moment. Maybe just to now say one word about the two presentations. So the OAI overview will be more an overview about the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance and OpenAirInterface as a whole. Thank you. And what is the project? And then afterwards in the roadmaps, we will go a little bit more into the details. So we will detail the three, as it's called, project groups. So the core network, the RAN, and also operations and management. And there we will go into like the features and maybe also some deployment options. And then also the roadmap. So what is being done currently and what will happen in the near future. Good. So as I said, overview of OpenAirInterface and the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance. And yes. So let me just start with what is OpenAirInterface. I think the slide is a little bit frightening because there's so many acronyms and so on. So I will try to keep it simple. So basically it's end-to-end 4G and 5G RAN and core network software. So basically you can run both the RAN and in the RAN actually the G0B and the UE and also the core network. So nowadays, of course, the focus is on 5G, but it actually dates back to 4G. I mean, in 4G, there was already interoperability and even before. And so it runs on commodity x86 and ARM hardware or cloud infrastructure. So to put it simply, you can just take any PC, even your laptop, and run almost the entire stack. And then if you have a radio, you could also connect a phone. So, and I mean, this is then interfacing with software-defined radios or commercial radios. So there was already some talk about O-RAN and so on. So you could then connect one radio and just use this to connect the phone. Of course, it's 3GPP compliant and O-RAN compliant. So basically meaning that, I mean, it works with any customer off-the-shelf phone or also O-RAN hardware. So we will talk about the splits in a moment. And then OpenAirInterface can be augmented by RAN control, operation and management software. So about RIG and OEM, we will come to talk about this in one moment. So as I already said, I mentioned the name Eurocom, and this is very tightly interwoven, and often there's also some a misunderstanding maybe what is OpenAirInterface, what is Eurocom. So let me just say like this. Eurocom, first of all, is a research institute in the south of France in Nice, which is close to the Italian border at the Mediterranean Sea. And initially OpenAirInterface is a software project that comes out of the research institute. So this was basically started in academia. I think a bit more than 10 years ago, there was already interoperability with phones and 4G, so it worked nicely and everything. But in order to further sustain the project, what has been founded by Eurocom was the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance. So the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance is also then, for example, my employer, and it was established as a non-for-profit. So basically a foundation. And so the OpenAirInterface nowadays is considered to be the home. So this is basically the organization that manages the OpenAirInterface project. And yes, that should facilitate the OpenAirInterface adoption. So that's basically what we also do right now, right? We come here and talk and so on. So development, quality control, promotion of OER software package. Now, often one question is, how is the alliance actually financed? So you can see on the right, there are a couple of nice logos. So these are basically what is called the strategic members. So there's a membership program where companies can apply and they spend money, and then they have some impact on the roadmap and so on. I will talk about this in a moment. Maybe also one thing that I should say aside then, of course, there's still Eurocom. Eurocom is still tightly involved. So not only are there companies that spend money on support the development, a lot is also supported by research projects. So for example, there's a lot of money that comes from the European Union, also American government and various organizations that more or less indirectly, but still bring money into OpenAirInterface. So the current major topics, maybe it has already become clear, but the current major topic, of course, is the full stack 5G GNOD, and then also the UE and the core network. So only with that software, you can even span an entire 5G network. A hot topic is the Open RAN splits, so the various splits that exist nowadays, cloud native deployments, so especially for the core network, but also in the RAN. Third-party interoperability. So of course, first of all, it should work with phones. Okay, that's understood, but then also interoperability with commercial hardware, software. So for example, other core networks and the OER GNOD-B or vice versa. So the core networks also being tested with commercial GNOD-Bs. There's one aspect that is hardware acceleration, and we will have some slides later about that. The near real-time rig and operations and management. And then in general, next-gen readiness. So basically going towards 6G, and I will also have one slide about that later. So need to look a bit at the time. So just some numbers about the Alliance to give you some orientation. The Alliance in itself is not really that big. So we are around 10 full-time staff people. So it's mostly developers. There are some people that do some marketing, communication, and so on, but mostly developers. Then there are also a couple of contracting engineers that sit, well, currently all over Europe, but also partially worldwide already in the past. And the budget is something around 2 million euros. So if I calculate correctly, it should be something like 30 to 40 million rand for those who are not familiar with euro. Yes, and that's basically it. So the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance, or the overall work in OpenAirInterface itself, is structured in so-called project groups. So this, I mean, is relatively evident, but basically the biggest project group is the RAN, where there's also the most traction and I think most of the investment. So this basically encompasses the GNOD-B with CU and DU and so on, and the UE. Part are also simulation tools for L1 and L2, overall the interfaces and the acceleration, as I've already mentioned. So then the other second biggest project group is the core network, which is focused on the service-based architecture for the 5G core network and the individual core network functions. And then the two smaller project groups, the first is operations and management. So basically here we're talking about the ORAN E2 or 1 interfaces, so for the near real-time rig and for service management and orchestration, and well, in general, management and orchestration. And then finally, there's one small project group, which is CI/CD. So this is basically the testing. This is one of the main activities that the Alliance actually does. So provide the test bed, some testing automation, container images that is used for testing, but that can also be used by people. And then one small project group that is kind of at its infancy, that's about to be started, is focused on non-terrestrial networks. So this is not really official, but there's also work on non-terrestrial network with various companies that is involved. So there is one slide on how to work with the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance. So this is a little bit the ideal thing. That's not really the only way of how to work with OpenAirInterface on an, let's say, organizational level. So there's, I mean, of course, what all the players that take part should have is a vision to, I mean, bring the future of telecoms, especially through open source. So of course, that's the single denominator. Then, I mean, it says here with strategy. So this is for the, let's say, the big companies where they can, for example, become a strategic member, then have a seat in the board, get voting rights, and have a say in various different things. And then they can also somehow allocate some of the resources of the alliance. So this is for the strategic members. What I would say also, what is, I mean, that is not the only way to work with. So I already just mentioned NTN, and a lot of the code is being contributed by the Fraunhofer Research Institute, which is a research institute in Germany, and they're, for example, not a strategic member, but they significantly shape also where OEI goes just by contributing NTN. And finally, what for me is very important as one of the maintainers of the RAN repository, of course, it's important that also people actually actively participate with bug fixes and so on, because of course it's nice to get money and so on. My salary is paid from that, but then the big companies are not necessarily the one who take actively part in the day-to-day business with the developer too. So the feature development methodology is also a little bit from the ideal way that there could be a project that is done at the Alliance and that then finds its way to the roadmap so that there is some visibility. Engineering resources are allocated and then go into the various project groups. So typically it's RAN or the core network, but might also be operations and management, and then start development, manage the development, and then maintain continuously the open software as various timelines. The one thing that also would like to add to this slide is that the maintenance is actually a very important thing, because of course we are not that many people, so it's difficult to maintain the entire stack. So this is actually a continuous thing. It's not a one-off. We contribute some feature and then it's an open interface and then it will somehow survive. So often in particular, the maintenance is a very important aspect here. So then just a couple of words about the events and the relations that we maintain. So of course, now here we are at the workshop. So the workshop is the first thing that we do actually twice a year on average. So there is the workshop, there are often also hands-on training. So there's the co-located hands-on training that we will do tomorrow and the day after. So this is one of the regular things that we do. In terms of events, we're often present also almost every year at the Mobile World Congress in Barcelona. Sometimes maybe also at the other Mobile World Congresses that I think are in Las Vegas and Shanghai, but not as often. Typically, we're also at the ORAN face-to-face meetings. So these are 3 meetings a year, and that basically goes over the globe at each iteration, where we show demos and so on, and then there might be smaller events on and off where we show up from time to time. The Alliance itself also has some relations with other open source or other 5G organizations. So there is a memorandum of understanding with the ORAN Alliance. So I mean, this is very much on topic to go into the same direction, support the ORAN Alliance or whatever they specify, also with open source software that is contributed in big parts by OpenAirInterface. And there's also a memorandum of understanding with the Linux Foundation. So the Linux Foundation has a blueprint for 5G, how things should be laid out or done, and the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance or OpenAirInterface, the software itself, has quite a central part. And on top of that, OEI also has certain ties with the Small Cell Forum for the FAPI work. So this will be presented, I mean, the FAPI will be presented a little bit later. Then one question about OpenAirInterface that comes up from time to time is the license. So it's open source software or source available. So basically OEI has its own license. So we should say most of the software packages are released under the OEI public license. So this is its own license. And basically, this is a modified Apache version 2.0 license, but it has been augmented with an afferent clause for patent license. So it sounds a bit scary at first. The first thing that I would like to point out here is that in particular for study, testing, and research, so these are really the 3 words that are actually copied out of the license. For those, it's free. You have a patent license you can use, and this includes research labs, individuals, universities, companies, and so on. So that's for everybody, basically free. Okay, so this FRAND clause for this patent license is basically in there to make contributing to OpenAirInterface acceptable for the 3GPP contributor community. So you know that all the companies that in particular contribute to 3GPP, they have their standard essential patents with which they make some money. And it was feared that if they want to contribute, they might not want to contribute because then under specific license, they would maybe lose the right to their patent. So in order to make OpenAirInterface acceptable for them, and you have also seen on the previous slide, some of the big names like Ericsson and Nokia, they start to appear and so on. And in order to make this acceptable for them, there is these additional patent license clause. So, and then I spoke in the beginning about next gen towards 6G. So I just want to lose a couple of words. What are the activities here? So OpenAirInterface understands itself as a reference design that you can use to further development and test things. So this is already the reference design. And then of course it wants to support use cases that range from current 5G, but also beyond 5G and then towards 6G research and testing. Okay, so for research labs, for people, I mean, we've already talked about that, to actually test, experiment, and then also go towards the next generation. In this regard, OEI is also very centrally positioned, and the ORAN Alliance with the next generation research group, where various topics are being discussed, and then also often OpenAirInterface is leveraged as the basic tool to make things happen. And in this regard, we call upon the industry, also upon you, to join the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance, to lead OEI further with code, with also resources, of course, if possible. There are various topics that can be spanned. So in general, of course, RAN design, also core network solutions. One of the very hot topics these days is AI, ML, and research around these topics within the RAN and its applications in various shapes and figures. So there are various fields in which further research can be done and then bring overall OpenAirInterface and also telecoms further towards 6G. So, and with this, I conclude the overview about OpenAirInterface and the Alliance in itself. If there are some questions, urgent questions, then I think we can do this. If not, maybe in the interest of time also.
No, we have time.
Okay, well,
we've allocated plenty for you because we want to engage. I think maybe firstly, let's acknowledge the presentation and maybe just give a round of applause on that. And we can facilitate the question and answer. I see there's a gentleman in front of me who's just eagerly wants to hit you, so I won't stand in between. May you kindly just introduce yourself and maybe the organization for even the people online.
Hi there, Ronnie Kritzener. I'm working for MTN South Africa, leading up the radio technology team in the network side. Okay. Just one quick question. Can you maybe indicate what's your relationship with the TIP labs, the Telecom Infra Project labs across the world? Because it's quite wide deployed across the world, and they work together with all of the biggest telecom operators, especially on Open RAN initiatives, together with the traditional RAN vendor players. Can you maybe just indicate how does this fit into the TIP relationship, if you have any?
So I'm not aware of any direct relations. So I think there have been already relations by other people with TIP itself. I could imagine that maybe they use also OpenAirInterface for like tests and so on. So, but I'm not directly aware, so I cannot cite anything. And well, I've already shown with various organizations there like these memorandum of understanding. So as far as I know, this doesn't exist with TIP. So it's, I mean, I have to concede, cannot give you too much information on that.
Rosina, can you confirm if online we do not have any? Okay. No, I think maybe because of it was quite clear, and hence there is limited or minimal engagement with it. So
there's one more question.
Okay.
Thank you, Robert. Melvin Ferreira, Northwest University. Robert, I don't know if this is maybe a question for hands-on later, but if we want to, well, obviously when you start using the code, you realize that there are some places that you perhaps can fix a bug and so forth. What would be the best way to engage with you in that case? Just to apply to the community, the GitHub community, or is there a formal?
There is no real formal, I mean, there is some formal process. So if you want to contribute, actually, you have to sign a contributor license agreement. So there is this formal process, but for like bug fixes and to actually make the first contact, what I frequently encourage people is to maybe contact myself directly. Okay. So I have here my email.
Just to start
I mean that,
and then see we need to sign the
yeah, well, I mean, I encourage people, if they don't know, to just send me an email. There are mailing lists, we'll have this, so you could also reach out there, but then often it might also just me who contacts you afterwards. And I mean, in general, also, if you just want to get into, I mean, you don't really know where to start and so on. So there is also an external developer meeting where people can just listen in and maybe see what we currently do, what we work on. So sometimes it might also be very technical, but at least there you can reach out, talk to people. I mean, not only talk to me, also the other developers. And I mean, I think that's also a good point to get in touch. And then, of course, the workshops. I mean,
Question for you, Victor.
Right. Thanks. I'm Tsibani Tlatlapang with the Wits University. I had some interesting tip, and I was going to ask that, and I see that you said you don't really have a lot of details, and I would like to see if perhaps as a follow-up there could be a response to that question. It may not just be you, but maybe from other people at OpenAirInterface, particularly as to whether there are working groups together with TIP, as there's a lot of synergy in terms of what you guys are doing, or perhaps maybe as a competition element. But I'd like to see something around that. So the next question that I would just like to pose a little bit to you is the role of
There's a mic.
I can hear myself somewhere. I saw that in the slides where you had the partners, you had those like Ericsson and maybe Qualcomm and others, just to check, what are their role in this? Are they contributors, or they're just contributors in terms of financials?
I mean, so just I wanted to actually add something on the tip. I might not have all the information. So, I mean, as I said, OpenAirInterface is basically, I'm from the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance, but the license allows that other company use OpenAirInterface. So there are various companies that leverage OpenAirInterface for testing, for deploying private 5G networks. So it might also be that there are some companies that actually have engagements. So, and yes, I will try to follow up on that question and maybe then provide some more information on that later. And the other question was about, so for example, Ericsson or Qualcomm, what they do and whether it's more financial or whether they actually contribute actively. It depends a little bit on what these companies want to do. So, I mean, for example, for Ericsson, they joined recently, earlier this year. They actually use OpenAirInterface in their labs, so in the research division mostly, and they use the UE to test this together with their GNodeB in a more like simulated environment and so on. And I don't know in the end for what purpose. I mean, of course, they don't necessarily tell us what they plan to do exactly. So, but this is for Ericsson. They then, I mean, all of them, they actually contribute financially and also in terms of resources. One example is there's Nokia in that list, and we, for example, have one Nokia GNodeB with which we test, so they contribute in that form. There are other companies I mean, maybe that I can mention because there's NVIDIA, so they have like an inline accelerator, and they actually have people actively working on that and contributing fixes. So it depends a little bit on the companies, what is their end goal, and then in the end, I cannot necessarily say for all of the companies what they actually do. I assume that probably all of them, they use it somehow in research and so on. Otherwise, there would not be a real interest, but I cannot tell for each and every partner what they do exactly. But I mean, at least all financially, because you need to pay actually to become strategic member.
Thanks, Robert. Yeah, maybe you can lead us through the roadmap.
Yes, so the roadmap presentation is basically divided into 3 parts and following along the different project groups. So I don't know, is this already? No, we're not here. We need to open the next presentation. And basically there will be in the order of first core network, then RAN, and then the operations and management project group. And basically for that, I have my 2 colleagues. So basically Stefan, he will first present the core network, speak about that for 10-15 minutes. Then Jaroslava will give us some more details about the RAN, and then I will conclude also for the operations and management. And then if there are more questions afterwards, then we can discuss the questions afterwards. So in order to ensure that it is smooth, I would suggest we just go through it. Please note some questions to not disturb the flow too much.
Thank you, Robert. And actually, I would also like to extend a thank you also to the CSIR to invite me here to talk about the roadmap of the core network. As we've heard, I'm not directly from the OSA. I'm from the startup called FineTech, but we are key contributors, especially to the core network. And we started out in OSA. So I'm happy to be here and also kind of represent a bit the startup ecosystem around the OSA, because there is many companies who are building around the OpenAirInterface Alliance, such as ourselves. So it's really great to be here. And I will just go through the core network roadmap, right? Okay, as Robert has mentioned, this is the outline. Yeah, let's start with the core network. So basically our general feature set, what we can do at the moment is we have the basic procedures defined in 3GPP. So obviously you can connect UEs, you can connect devices, you have all the registration procedures. So for example, we support multiple UEs at the same time. We also support multiple PDU sessions. That's a packet data units, like basically your internet connection. And also recently we support the service request. So if the UE would like to turn off radio and turn it on again, we support that now, which is really great because many like COTS UEs require that. And yeah, and then also on the PDU session part, of course, the basic procedures like establishment, modification, and also release to ensure that when a UE turns off, that we release the resources accordingly. So this is a very basic thing that a core network should do, right? But then we also have additional features, and here it's really interesting because we have many different flavors to try out. So we have built-in support of the NRF. So basically the network functions in the core network, they can register, and we have the discovery implemented, which is really interesting also when we talk about cloud native deployment. We have event exposure services. So for example, if a UE connects, you can receive events, which is very interesting to build use cases around the core network. For example, like Robert mentioned, AI ML. There's also a lot of AI ML stuff going in the core. So you can actually do machine learning on the events happening, but also you can use it for monitoring, alarming. So there's many, many use cases. And also we have basic support for private 5G networks. And in fact, there's already companies who are using the OpenAirInterface core network as the basis for their private 5G networks. Yeah, we also support end-to handover, and quite recently, I mean, the NSSF, not so recently, but the features here, we support network slicing. So we can select multiple AMFs, SMF, all the different network functions based on slices. We also have a policy framework which combines neatly into this slicing. So for example, you can have policies based on slice. Which is really interesting. I will go back to that later, but when we talk about QoS and all the advanced features of 5G, this is really what people need, also the operator side, but also the private 5G side. So yeah, I mentioned the policy framework. Something I contributed myself is support for multiple UPFs. So this basically means that you can have some kind of edge computing deployment. Okay, there's some noise here. Right, better now, I think. Yeah, so basically you can have multiple UPFs. that's quite an advanced setting in the OAI core network. But basically, you could have one UPF deployed, for example, here in Pretoria, and you have your core network deployed in Cape Town, and you have one UPF here, one UPF there, so that you ensure edge computing. So all these kind of advanced use cases we already support. So this is a short overview of the core network. I know the core network is always a bit overwhelming because there is many network functions, but basically that's a good thing because I come from software development as a background, and what I really like about the 5G standardization is this kind of microservices approach. In my opinion, they are still not micro enough, but let's not get into politics. Yeah, but also to cater to the community, there is different modes we support in the OAI core network. So for example, we have a minimalist settings. That's just AMF, SMF, UPF. That's the bare essentials you need. NRF, you can turn it on or off. So that's basically just to get a connection. But of course, you don't have the advanced features. And then when you have the basic setup, which is now the most commonly used, I would call it. So you also have the database, you have the user repository, and the UDM, also authentication function, which is also built in AMF, but I think it's just better if you have this kind of microservice approach. And then when you go to actually implement nice use cases, you need the other network functions. For example, the policy control functions for policy framework, network slicing selection function, or actually we are working on a network exposure function. This one is not released yet, it is incomplete, but it is in the pipeline. So that's all the control plane part of the core network. And then we have the UPF part, the user plane part. And basically here we support two modes. One is a very simple mode, and that's also called simple switch. So it is based actually on the 4G SP Gateway U, which was done for the 4G core of the OSA, which is good and it performs, but if you really have deployments in the field, you need really good performance. And that's why we also support now an eBPF XDP based UPF. I will also show you the performance in a minute. Yeah. Now, very interesting, and this is something I don't talk about enough, I think, because for us, it's very clear that everything runs in Docker. Everything is containerized, and for us, this is just so natural. But it's actually really amazing that we just use Docker. So all the core network is cloud native, and we think first in container and then in bare metal deployments. And so it's very, very easy. We have Docker Compose files ready to use, just launch them, and you have the core network. And the same we also do with the Helm charts for OpenShift clusters. When it comes to interworking and testing, we are also testing interworking with other GNOT-Bs. So obviously we are interworking with the OAI GNOT-B, but we also we made proof of concepts and interworking tests with Amarisoft and Bicell's GNOT-Bs. What is maybe even more interesting, especially when you want to deploy the core network somewhere in a commercial setting, is the support for UEs. Because the problem with UEs, all of them behave a little bit different, so it's always a bit of pain to test all the different UEs. So we did some part of this testing. Of course, it's not exhaustive. But for example, we work a lot with Quectel models. The iPhone is supported 14 and 15. Huawei also P40 and Pro. The Google Pixels from 5 to 7, OnePlus. And then also Amarisoft UE, which is also used a lot in testing. And obviously, again, the OAI UE, which is basically used in all the tests we're doing. And so this is the interworking part. Most of these tests are also done manually, but then we have our CI/CD pipeline where we do automated tests. Every time there is change in the code, all this pipeline is running, so we can ensure that features are still working. So these are functional tests, stability tests, reliability, and also performance tests. Yeah, and as I said, they're automated and integrated. And here we are using especially these many open source run simulators, GNOT-B Sim, URun Sim, my 5G run tester, and also OMEC GNOT-B Sim. This is our performance results. So first of all, the core network itself supports more than 5,000 UEs, and that is on a laptop. So that's not in some heavy cloud deployment that is on one laptop, the whole core network with traffic. And for this test, I think we tested 10 concurrent requests. We didn't test more, but we are going to do that as well. And if you just look at the UPF throughput, so the simple switch mode in Docker bare metal is quite similar. We are around 800 megabits uplink and downlink to 1 gigabits. Then we also actually support different UPF flavors. So for example, the VPP UPF. And here we have rather poor performance in Docker, but if you use it with the DPDK, we have a very great performance of 9 gigabits. And also our own, like our new development with the eBPF in Docker, that is very similar to the simple switch. But at this moment, we are continuing, we're actually finishing the performance tests for the UPF part in eBPF in bare metal, and there we have much better performance. So it's 6 gigabits and up. Yeah, also what we did the last 1 or 2 years, we took the time to actually refactor large parts of the code, especially in AMF and SMF. And that is actually to improve, okay, there's some, I would just, yeah. To actually improve the code. And basically that helps us in the future, because if people want to contribute and the code is clean, it is much easier for them to contribute and understand what's happening. Yeah, we did a lot of integration tests, so we can support the code series and also a lot of stability. And we are working a lot on the test coverage. So within the last 6 months, we doubled the amount of integration tests running in our CI to really ensure the features. All right, so let's start from the beginning. No, I'm sorry. I will just continue where we are. Anyway, I think later we will also share the slides so you can have a look what's happened in the meantime. Yeah, so for our roadmap, maybe that's even the most interesting part here. So for our roadmap, what we want to release within the next 1 or 2 months is actually support of location services with the location management function and the AMF that also integrates with the OAI GNodeB. And one of the most important features, in my opinion, is the support for quality of service. So we support quality of service on the control plane. So users are actually able to configure different quality of service profiles, for example, for a robot, for EMBB, and all these kind of things, so that that is supported, and also the enforcement on the user plane. So I think that's the biggest part of this release. And then for the next release, which will be end of this year, we focus more on, let's call it usability and stability, because, for example, we want to support the stateless network function, which means if the AMF crashes and it comes back, all the user sessions are still there. And for that, we also implement the unstructured data storage function. And we also want to release the NEF, the network exposure function, for more advanced use cases. And one thing that many people ask as well is to have some kind of GUI. So we will provide a dashboard which makes it even easier to configure the subscribers and the core network. So here is an overview where you can find actually the code. So it is maybe a bit confusing in the beginning. There is one repository, which is the master, and we call it federation. So here you have all the Docker Compose files, all the tutorials, documentation, and so on. And then the code is actually in other repositories named after the network function name. So yes, that is the code. Please have a look. We're really happy if people are contributing there. You can also drop me an email if you have questions about that. But also we invite partners, like more strategic partners, to our Slack channel. And like as Robert has said before, there's always the public mailing list to ask questions. So I will hand over to Jaroslava for the run part. Thank you.
Thank you, Stefan. And good morning, everyone. My name is Jaroslava Fiedlerova, and it's my pleasure to present you today the run roadmap and current status of the OAI run. So on this slide, we have summarized the key features which are currently implemented in our OAI run. So there are 2 main types of the 5G new radio OAI deployments. The first one is the OAI GNodeB, which consists of the centralized unit and the distributed unit. And the other one is OAI UE. Both these deployments are fully interoperable with the commercial equipment. So let's take a closer look at the radio G-Node B features. So we are currently supporting FR1 frequency range for both standalone and non-standalone mode, and also experimentally the FR2 frequency range. So we are supporting bandwidths ranging from 10 megahertz to 100 megahertz with two-layer MIMO for both uplink and downlink direction with 256 QAM modulations. Currently, we are able to achieve throughput up to 800 megabits per second in downlink, with latency down to 5 milliseconds RTT, depending on the TDD configuration. From a functional perspective, by default, the G-Node B is able to connect up to 16 UEs, but with the minor software modifications, we can easily extend up to 32 UEs. We are supporting multiple interfaces compliant with the 3GPP, ORAN, or small cell forum standards. I can mention here that we are also supporting multiple distributed units and CU user planes connected per one CU control plane. Also, another important feature is E2 agent on the G-Node B through the FlexRig. Another supported implementation is for the inline and leukocyte accelerators, concretely NVIDIA Aerial Layer 1 offload and AMD T2 telco card. I will talk later about sample deployments with these two accelerators. As I was talking about the G-Node B performance, in these two tables you can see throughput which we were able to measure depending on the number of layers used and also on the bandwidth configuration. So for the downlink, you can see that we were able to reach up to 800 megabits per second in configuration with 100 megahertz bandwidth. And for our uplink, we were able to reach up to 175 megabits per second in the 60 megahertz bandwidth configuration. I would like to mention here that all these measurements were done by our partner company, AllBeSmart, and they were using USRP N310 and commercial UE Quectel. So let's take a deeper look at the integrated interfaces in the OAI. So for network control and management, we have the O1 and the E1 interfaces implemented. So then we have two 3GPP compliant interfaces. So the CU-UP is communicating with the CU-CP via the E1 interface. And as I already mentioned, we are supporting multiple CU-UPs per one CU-CP. Then the CU is interconnected with the OAI-DU via the F1 interface. And here we are supporting multiple DUs connected per one CU. This is especially interesting for mobility support, and F1 handover is basically the next step. I will talk about this topic a bit later in our roadmap. So next interface which we have implemented is between the MEC and PHY, and it's the small cell forum compliant 5G FAPI interface. We have achieved the interoperability with the Aerial SDK. For the front haul split, we are using the classical split 8 option with UHD and USRP as the radio. In split 8 option, we are also supporting the eCPRI option with AW2S radio unit. And for the 7.2, we use a libxrun from the ORAN software community. And we integrate this control, user, and synchronization plane while we are having interoperability with different ORAN compliant RUs such as Benetel, Lighton, or VVDN. On this slide, I would like to show you a sample deployment. If I will go from right to left on this picture, you can see that we have 5G OAI core network deployed on OpenShift cluster, which is a container platform provided by Red Hat and built on top of Kubernetes. Core network is then interconnected via end-to-end entry interface with the OAI CU on regional level. In the OAI CU, you can see these two entities, CU-CP and CU-UP, interconnected via the E1 split. And then when we are going lower in the stack, we have the OAI DU running on the Ubuntu server. And optionally, we can also use T2 AMD telco cards for the LDPC encoding and decoding offload. OAI DU is then interconnected with the OpenRU with the 7.2 interface. You can also see the boundary switch in between the DU and the RU in order to ensure the BTP synchronization. In this setup, we were testing with commercial UE with Quectel concretely, and we were able to achieve throughput up to 600 megabits per second in downlink. So next deployment showed the integration of the OAI with the NVIDIA Aerial SDK, which is the layer 1 inline accelerator. This accelerator consists of the network card and the GPU. So basically the entire physical layer is processed on the NVIDIA GPU. This NVIDIA physical layer is now communicating with the OAI DU high via the small cell forum 5G interface. And I would like to mention here that we are also able to combine the OAI DU and OAI CU in a single executable. In this setup, we were able to reach throughput up to 800 megabits per second with 4-layer MIMO. This four-layer MIMO setup is specific for this NVIDIA physical layer. Currently, with the OAI DU, we are supporting only 2-layer MIMO. And for uplink, we were able to reach 50 megabits per second throughput. So on the following two slides, I'm going to introduce you an OAI roadmap for the year 2024. So I will just summarize a bit what was done in the first quarter of 2024. So we have integrated support for the two accelerators for the Lucasite acceleration with the AMD T2 telco card and the inline layer 1 accelerator with NVIDIA Aerial, as I show on the previous slide. And we also integrated FR2 basic standalone interoperability with the GOTS UE. On the right side, you can see a list of features which we are planning to integrate in the second quarter of 2024. Most of these features are currently under integration. So I'll start with the F1 handover. As I already mentioned, we are supporting connection of multiple distributed unit per centralized unit. So with this F1 handover, we will be able to support the mobility of the UE between different Us. Also, there was some work done on the two-step random access procedure, which is basically a faster form of the random access procedure. Also, we are planning to integrate support of 4-layer downlink MIMO. And on the UE side, there is an ongoing project on the side link support. And we are also targeting to support the initial access procedures with the third-party G-Node B. In our lab, we are currently testing with the commercial Nokia G-Node B. So looking a bit into the future, here you can see developments which are planned for the second half of the year. So in the Q3, we would like to, we are planning to work on the quality of service aware scheduler, which allows basically to ensure guaranteed maximum and minimum bit rates per bearer based on the quality of service requirements. Also, we are planning to integrate a support of 5G slicing on RAN, allowing for efficient and flexible network management. Then we are planning to integrate, actually there is one ongoing project on the NTN, so we are planning to integrate the basic NTN support. And towards the end of the year, we are also targeting to support general mobility via the N2 and XN. So on our roadmap, we have also the N2 handover procedures and XN handover procedures. Next topic I would like to mention for the Q4 is bandwidth part handling. And regarding the FR2 frequency range, we plan to integrate the beamforming procedures in order to be able to switch between the multiple beams. To get started with the OAI run, you can visit our GitLab repository. You can see the link here where you will find comprehensive tutorials and documentation which will help you to deploy, but also stay updated about the latest run development. For further communication and support from the OAI team, we also invite our partners to our Slack channel. And we also have a public mailing list for the users to ask questions and get support from the community. I would like to also mention that there are several companies which provide OAI-based ready-to-go setups and support, which makes the OAI deployment even more easier. Okay, thank you. That's it for me.
Yes, so after having seen the RAN and the core network project groups, I will follow up with the third project group, the operations and management. And I already said initially that this is mostly around the O1 and E2 interfaces. So we'll talk about this in a moment, but just a little bit of history about this project group. So originally there was a project called Mosaic 5G that was founded inside Eurocom and launched a couple of years ago. So some people who have maybe worked with OpenAirInterface might actually be familiar with the name Mosaic 5G. And this was then later merged into OpenAirInterface and also renamed last year in order to refocus on specific interfaces. So E2, O1, and also some orchestration. So in the following slides, I will basically hang along these three interfaces or these three topics, E2 being the first one. So I would like to present the FlexRig near real-time rig. So near real-time rig is basically well, a RAN intelligent controller. So rig means RAN intelligent controller, which appears in the ORAN topology for 5G RAN. And basically FlexRig is the OAI own implementation of such a near real-time rig. So this is ORAN compliant. And as you can actually see in the figure on the right, I won't go too much into the details, but FlexRig basically provides the ETO agent, so you see the agent library, and then it also provides the near real-time rig and an SDK to write different XApps, okay? It supports various versions of the E2AP interface between the RAN and the real-time rig, and also a number of service models. So basically, the E2AP is the one that provides the actual connectivity, if you want, and the service models then describe what in particular is exchanged. So for example, you see KPM, which is the key performance metrics, or RC, like RAN control. It also provides a couple of custom service model that stem from the history, because it comes with a little bit of baggage from this Mosaic 5G project group. I mean, baggage not in the sense that it pulls us down, but there's additional functionality that goes beyond ORAN. So, and the current release is version 2.0. And just a couple of the features, I mean, I don't have too much time, I don't want to drag it out too much, but the first idea is that to have this to be ultra lean, so to be efficient for different resource restricted use cases. So in particular, this was one of the key features, well, not the only key features, but one of the features that we wanted to have in the beginning, because a lot of these controllers, they're actually implemented also as microservice architecture and so on, which is certainly valid for specific use cases when you want to deploy this and so on. But one of the ideas for FlexRig that we wanted to have something that can be easy to use for researchers, with which you can also set up different tests rather quickly, and to be in general efficient, so they're ultra lean. So different targeted use cases, monitoring, quality of experience, optimization, and slicing. These are actually a couple of topics that we will see in some form during the training. And also initially there were some experimental use cases, such as a recursive controller, where you could basically recursively give control to all parties higher up in the stack. So there's a paper. If you are interested into that, you just search FlexRig, I think you will find. So also here, mentioned in the beginning, one of the topics is interoperability. I also mentioned that FlexRig can be both on the agent side, so basically on the RAN side, and on the controller side. So on the controller side, we have interoperability. So it is of course being used with OpenAirInterface, but also with the SRS RAN project. So basically the software radio systems solution for 5G. It has also been used with the NS3 simulator, which is a discrete event network simulator that's, I think, quite widespread in research in general. And finally, also we had a project with Keysight, where we basically used their RAN emulator and used a specific use case that Keysight presented, and basically the controller that was controlling the whole thing was then the FlexRig. And on the other hand, as I mentioned also, so FlexRig can also do the agent. So an OpenAirInterface, of course, naturally, that is what we use as the agent. And it can also be used in order to interface, for example, with the near real-time rig of the ORAN software community. So basically the reference platform for the rig. FlexRig comes also with a number of emulators, so this can be quite nice for testing and so on. And overall, the XApps that can be written can be done in different language. So what we currently have is C and Python, and this is actually done via this SWIG interface generator. So this is basically a software tool with which you can export bindings to different language. So it could also be extended for other language, for Rust or Go or these languages. So, and with this, I will already conclude the first part on E2. I mean, we'll see more about that later in the training for those who are interested. Otherwise, regarding the O1 support, so we have first support of the O1 interface. So O1 is also an interface that comes in the ORAN architecture and is basically done for some management, configuration, and so on. So basically, there was a first prototype that has been developed in the context of OAI in order to control the DU. The actual interface is exposed via an additional network function, if you want, the O1 adapter that controls and directly interfaces with the RAN, which is done on purpose in order to, for example, restart also the RAN and stop and so on. And on the top, we used service management and orchestration, which was basically based on top of ONAP. So this is widely used and also used in the industry open source project, and then an associated SDN controller. And in there, we basically showed to export some alarms. So basically, when a load is exceeded, it was possible also to reconfigure actually the DU. So basically, soft restarting the DU to make different bandwidth in order to accommodate user needs as a first proof of concept. So, and finally, I also mentioned that apart from E2 and the O1 interfaces, also the general idea is network management and in general orchestration. And here I would like to shed some light on one of the recent projects that we have begun, which is in the context of Nephew. So first of all, Nephew is a so-called intent-based orchestrator. So unlike Kubernetes, where you manually manage resources and you say which pods and so on, Nephew is intent-based. So basically, you just express the intent of deploying something, and it will deploy and configure the network for you. So as one concrete example, for example, the DU, you have these ORUs, you need to synchronize with PTP and so on, and these orchestrator then will take care of that instead of you needing to make this yourself. So that was the next thing that I wanted to follow up. So Nephew is basically a project that has initially been started by Google. It is supposed to target also real deployments in operators, okay? So eventually it should deploy any network load. So it's not specific to OAI. So in that regard, the question is warranted. Basically, the interest from OAI perspective was to fill gaps for orchestration, provide the Helm chart so that you can actually deploy it either on Kubernetes or also on Nephew. And recently there was the first release, the release 2, in which OAI was basically the sample deployment, okay? So basically they used OAI because it's open source, because you can use it, because it basically gives you an end-to-end network. And this was the sample deployment that had been deployed in there, but nevertheless, it's not restricted. So the idea for Nephew is like in general to be a platform for deploying network functions, also commercial network functions for RAN, for core network, whatever is in the market, okay? So this is basically the idea. What has been done in this initial release 2 was to basically showcase the integration of OAI and then also use the various splits. So actually what had been deployed here was very similar to this T2-based deployment that Jaroslava presented earlier, okay? So this was basically the deployment, but then deployed entirely on top of Nephew. And if you're interested, also I have a demo video where you can see, and there's also a talk that was done at one conference of Nephew that you can watch on YouTube. But basically, there are a couple of clicks, it deploys the network, and then it's running. So it's open source, yes. So, but I can follow up also with some more details here. I don't have all the details because it was one colleague of mine who was talking on that. Basically, also this demo you see was done together with Red Hat for deploying everything on OpenShift, and it was also done together with the Canadian operator TELUS, I believe, who deployed this in their labs and who used this. Yes, so that's Nephew, basically intent-based orchestrator, so to facilitate the deployments. And these were the 3 main pillars in the operations and management group. So if you also look in the roadmap, so I already mentioned in my very first talk that this is kind of the smallest project group. So things are relatively calm compared to the others. So currently in the roadmap, we have the RAN slicing XApp. So this is also something that appears in the RAN to support the use case and to be able to configure some slices. The same with mobility control. So we have seen that the F1 handover is under integration and 2xN will come later, and then it will be possible to also control this for like lab deployments, for at least simple use cases to experiment, use this with a controller, and then, for example, do mobility load balancing in these kind of use cases. I mentioned for O1 that the use case that we had, the basic use case was for exposing information from the DU and also exerting some control. So there we will see some extension in order to also support the CUCP and the CUUP, and also some extended performance reporting, because in the sample use case there were a couple of measurements, but for example E2 already supports more. And in terms of Nephew, so Nephew, this was a sample, I mean, the first example, which has still its shortcomings. So there were a couple of further work. I think in 2, 3, 4 weeks, there will be actually the release 3, in which that will be possible to use also the network function for orchestration in order to integrate this with Nephew and to more seamlessly deploy the core network and the RAN. And also for OEM, we have here this obligatory slide with some information. So FlexRig is also available in the GitLab in another namespace. So there again, you see this Mosaic 5G name. That's why I also mentioned this in the beginning so that there's no confusion. It's part of OpenAirInterface. There's also the O1 adapter that allows to integrate then with an ONA-based SMO. The SMO itself came from the ORAN software community. So this is an external entity not hosted within OpenAirInterface. And of course, the RAN can then talk to the O1 adapter. And also here we invite partners into our Slack channel when we work closer with them on specific projects and so on. And also here, if people have questions, you can reach out, talk to us on the mailing list, ask questions, get help and exchange also with others. So, and with that, now I'm at the end.
Yeah, I'm just going to be the one who just stands between you and lunch now. Maybe open up for engagement. If you can have maybe the next 5 to 10 minutes to engage, then we can then proceed to lunch. But before we do, there's just an announcement that when we leave for lunch, can you kindly all converge in the front gate, or is it gate or entrance? Entrance, and then just for a group photo there. Then from there on, we'll proceed to the just down the foyer. There's a room called Ember. That's where lunch will be served. So it's over to you now that I'm cleared with the lunch part.
Good. Thank you for that presentation. Got a lot of insights there. Just a question. So yeah, again, Ronnie from MTN. You know, we're one of the biggest network operators across Africa, and we carry a lot of legacy, meaning we still deploy a lot of 2G, 3G in some of the smaller African countries as well. I don't see any insight into the plans in supporting legacy technologies. Can you maybe just share some insight into that? Because I think the key, you know, the key message that was shared this morning is that we need to address the digital divide. 5G devices, extremely expensive still in South Africa. If we want to connect those people in the rural areas, we need to enable the operators to, you know, minimize capex investment to accelerate network deployment. Can you maybe share some insights into supporting legacy technologies in the O-RAN domain?
So I have the following thoughts on this. So first of all, I mean, when we talk really about OpenAirInterface, so basically this stemmed in 4G and the main focus is clearly on 5G because that's what's most interesting for many researchers and so on. So nevertheless, I understand what was discussed with the digital divide and so on. That's very important. So in particular, in the context of OpenAirInterface, there's no 2G, no 3G. So this basically doesn't exist within OpenAirInterface. I think there are actually some other open source software that makes at least 2G networks. So yes, and well, then, I mean, the focus in particular on the RAN is clearly on 5G. So there is some 4G software that you can test, but I personally think also that the 5G software that we have now is more advanced than the 4G was in the past. So, but it might be relevant. For the core network, there was actually some work in 4G also together with, well, now Meta, or at that time Facebook, where they invested into the Magma project. So yes, that was around that. So, but still it stays at 4G. And well, then so ORAN is clearly 4G, 5G, so this doesn't help you that much. Maybe a Nephew, I think Nephew might be a project that would help maybe with automation, with deployment and so on. So I think that's probably in the focus. But for OpenAirInterface, there's no real 2G, 3G. So, but I mean, I understand this question. And I mean, the only thing that I can like forward you then here is to look at some other projects. So I think there's some things on 2G. Yes.
Thank you for the presentation. So my question, I don't know if I missed it. It's more if to understand if you guys have conducted any field trials, and if so, which use cases you tested. Second question is more on the RF license, spectrum license, to understand if you guys are using an experimental license or you're piggybacking on your local network operators, or which model you've actually used for that. Thank you.
So, I mean, there are kind of multiple answers. So I can first answer from the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance. So we are based, as I said earlier, inside of the Eurocom Research Institute. And basically it's the Eurocom Research Institute who have actually some network licenses also for outdoor testing and so on. So indoor and outdoor, they have licenses. And there are some tests. And for example, with the ORUs, you can do some testing, but even with USRP, that's clearly possible. Then there are a number of companies that actually use OpenAirInterface for private 5G networking and so on. And they clearly do outdoor testing, either with also ORUs or USRPs. So my personal experience with auto deployment is relatively limited. Maybe also not, I mean, I'm the maintainer and I look more into code. But I mean, inside of the community, there's certainly experience with that. So I mean, if it's just for getting some information, I can maybe refer you to the people. But I mean, with that said, it's certainly possible to do this, to have multiple UEs, to roam around and so on. And we have also seen that, for example, mobility is on the agenda in order to support this, in order to like have entire networks and run this based on OER.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Clavi here. Yeah. I just want to understand the extent of your cooperation with ORAN. To what extent does it come? Thanks.
So, I mean, the cooperation, I mean, there are multiple things here. The first is that there are some things that are specified by ORAN. So, for example, 7.2, there's the O1 split and different things. Also, for example, for F1, there's some specification that clarify 3GP. And in OpenAirInterface, we simply implement some parts, not necessarily everything, but specific parts, especially 7.2 and so on. Then inside ORAN Alliance, there are different working groups. There is, first of all, as I mentioned, the Next Generation Research Group, which is actually focused more on research. So it's also, I mean, inside of the standardization, but they still have some track that is focused on research, and their OpenAirInterface is used quite a bit for research and so on. So for example, I believe NVIDIA is, for example, invested and they use this and so on. So their OpenAirInterface is relatively central. And then finally, there's also the open source focus group, which is another group that focuses on advancing open source software in the context of ORAN, and there are also OpenAirInterface invested. So actually there's somebody who's also vice chair in that group and who steers this focus group, and so there's cooperation with the ORAN Alliance. And well, and then finally, as I said, we also in most face-to-face meetings we are present. In the recent 4 ones, we even had demos and we were showing some things. So there is overlap, and yes. So, but the other thing also that I can say on top of that is that the ORAN Alliance has also the ORAN software community. So where OpenAirInterface initially was not really part, in the sense that they formed their own ORAN software community and they have software assets, but for example, you cannot run an end-to-end 5G network because there's no core network and there's no entire RAN. I think there are parts actually, the DU high is available in open source, but not the DU low and not the CU, and there basically OEI complements what is there. So there's also one project, there's one demo that I will show tomorrow, which is in the direction of using basically the OSC software together with OEI. But I mean, also, you have also seen, I mean, I don't know whether it was clear, we use OSC software also in the 7.2 frontal split, so the XRAN library. We use sometimes in some demos the OSC rig and other software. So there's quite an overlap in various things.
Thanks once again, Robert. Yeah, I think that concludes our morning session. And thanks to both Robert, Stefan, and Yaroslava. So it's been quite, I'd say, interesting morning, eventful as well. And it was all due to you as the audience for your engagement and indulgement. So now, what I'm going to ask is that we break for lunch and we converge. Photo. Yes, so we converge in the front for photo, and then we can meet up at the lunch venue. But before we do, I just want to say, let's give ourselves a round of applause. Indeed, the day has panned out to be what it has been today, only because of your participation and involvement. We've got another afternoon session that's packed up, that's very interesting, and I'm looking forward to seeing you all in there to can just gain more value in it. So with that being said, we can now break for lunch. As we settle in, let me check if we've got colleagues online already. We back from lunch. Too nice. then it gives me a reason to say the second session should be as nice as twice as nice. I mean, whatever you receive, you give back, right? If you got good lunch, you give feedback, right? So welcome to the second session. I know it's a graveyard shift, but we're gonna soldier on. As we settle in, I think we've got only two main items to go through, then should be the end of the day. So hang in there. I know it's tough, but we'll survive. So next in line, colleagues, is then Mr. Philip Ramalata from ICASA, who's going to take us through the spectrum management regimes in South Africa. So about Philip Ramalata, my mistake, sorry. So he's a manager, QoS measurement with Master of Science in Engineering Sciences, Electronics Engineering Science. His professional career spans various roles in the telecommunications sector, which includes telecom system design, installations, commissioning, maintenance of mobile radio access networks. In the current role, he is responsible for QoS monitoring, participation in regulation development processes, national standard development, and participation in ITU activities under ITUT and ITUD. So can you, maybe then there's two of them, it's a duo, so which will be more interesting as well. And he's not working alone, he's working with Ms. Fridosia Subrayan, who works for the radio regulator. She is currently leading the National Spectrum Monitoring Unit for ICASA. She completed her PSc degree in computer engineering at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. She completed her postgraduate degree in technology innovation and management with the University of Pretoria. Her background in telecommunication is mainly in the radio planning space, spectrum monitoring, and coordination. So with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, may you help me to just give them a warm welcome with a round of applause.
Good day. I would like to start by observing all protocols in the room. And thank you to the CSIR for this opportunity. My name is Firdosia Subrayan. As I was introduced, I am with ICASA, leading the team that conducts national spectrum monitoring. I would like to start this presentation just providing a high-level overview of the authority and our mandate, specifically in relation to the topic that is being discussed today and how we can move forward with open access. This is a presentation outline, mainly looking at the mandate of the authority and some of our key projects. So who is ICASA? ICASA is established through the Constitution, that is Section 192 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. And in terms of the ICASA Act, ICASA has a mandate to regulate the telecommunications, that is the electronic communications, postal and broadcasting sectors. ICASA sets out to ensure that services, electronic communication services, are not only accessible but also affordable for all citizens in the country. ICASA's legislative mandate is derived from the Constitution as well as from the ICASA Act. The powers are further given to us through the Electronic Communications Act, Broadcasting Act, the Postal Services Act, and the Electronic Communications and Transactions Act. Further to this, our policy mandate is derived from the National Development, the NDP, the SA Connect project, which also allows us or enables us to implement the broadband policy, the National Broadband Policy, also from the Digital Migration Plan that looks at freeing up the spectrum that is currently occupied by the broadcasters and enabling the spectrum to be provisioned for mobile wireless networks. And we also derive our mandate from the National Radio Frequency Policy, which outlines various mechanisms on how to manage the spectrum. So we've heard a lot about the spectrum and the need to manage this finite resource and also to use it efficiently and effectively. We've heard a lot of challenges mentioned regarding the lack of spectrum or limited availability of spectrum that is needed for emerging technologies. And we therefore take a serious note of all of these issues from industry, from the public, and from other government entities that bring it to our attention that this is becoming a topic that is discussed at every level. So in knowing that spectrum is a very valuable resource and it is necessary for the development of economies, it goes without saying that we not only need to make sure spectrum is available, but also to ensure that technologies have the available resources to be tested, and also to enable new players into the electronic communications environment. ICASA is involved in various processes and studies looking at the need to innovate its current spectrum management regime towards being more innovative and more dynamic. And yeah, I think lastly, I can say that spectrum management reform is critical in order to meet the demands of the digital future. And that goes without saying that wireless networks and wired networks play a major role together to achieve the universal service obligations. A fairly straightforward slide here, looking at what is spectrum management. ICASA has a role in administering spectrum licenses, as well as controlling the use of the spectrum through license conditions, controlling the use of spectrum in the country and between the neighboring countries. It is important for us to coordinate the use of spectrum between neighboring regulators to ensure frequency harmonization, to avoid unwanted interference or unauthorized use of the spectrum. We acknowledge the propagation criteria or properties of the spectrum and therefore seek to be able to have the widest coverage for digital services, keeping both low frequencies and high frequencies to achieve this coverage and capacity goals. Just showing on the slide some of the uses of radio frequencies, or if I could say electronic communication networks, mobile devices, drones. It can be used for weather forecasting. Essentially, spectrum is a vital resource for all communications, over-the-air communications. These are some more applications for spectrum, looking at the weather forecast, civil aviation, defense systems, yeah, maritime and other science services. Again, we look at the spectrum management and why it is needed. We need to ensure reusability of spectrum to achieve the maximum benefits from the radio frequencies. It is a national resource and a limited resource, and therefore must be managed effectively to drive the high economic value for the country that it has the potential to do so. And we must ensure that users of the spectrum are protected. Has derived its institutional framework from active engagements in international, regional, and local fora. At the international level, we look to the ITU, that is the International Telecoms Union. We've also recently participated in the WRC, that is the World Radio Conference, Radio Communications Conference 23. Looking to the outcomes of the WRC leads us to revising our national radio frequency band plan or table of frequency allocations. At the regional level, ICASA is also involved in coordinating the outcomes of the WRC, the proposals and inputs with the African Telecommunications Union. Okay, at the SADC level, we also participate at that level to harmonize the national radio frequency band plan with the SADC band plans and channel arrangements. Yeah, locally, we look to the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies that sets the policy for radio frequency usage. and also participate together with them in preparing for the WRC. So the department is responsible for approving the National Radio Frequency Band Plan and guiding ICASA with certain requirements that need to be put into the band plan to ensure interference-free use. I can speak to the radio astronomy services in the country that need to be protected, and these are added as footnotes in the band plan to ensure that there is no interference to these services. So this is a graphical representation or flow of the spectrum management framework that is used in ICASA. So looking at our national table of frequency allocations, we have allocations for government use of the spectrum as well as for commercial or non-government use of the spectrum. Licensees are assigned frequencies with conditions and obligations to meet to ensure that the public have access to affordable and high quality services. Licenses or radio frequency assignments can be in the form of an individual or a class license, and we will look at what these mean just now. So this is also one of the regulatory frameworks that is applied at ICASA to come up with our frequency assignments as well as developing the long-term spectrum outlook. So we have a number of regulations shown here on the map that are considered and recognized in performing the necessary steps taken to assign a frequency to a licensee. And so licenses, we've been told earlier today that licenses can be used in a number of ways. So these are three of the main usage rights for licensees to use the spectrum, either on an exclusive basis where it is only used by the licensee according to its conditions that may be in a specific geographic area. Yeah, and once again, this is issued on a license basis. It can be transferred, but that is dependent on the license conditions. We also have licenses that are shared with shared by multiple users. This is some light licensing requirements. Here too, we must take care to avoid interference, and yeah, licenses can be shared given that there is some kind of coordination between the users. And lastly, we have collective or common license usage rights. Here, there is no license assigned. It is used on a shared basis. Yeah, so we have potentially unlimited number of license exempt users to share the same range of frequencies at the same time. Coordination is needed, and they must ensure that they apply the technical standards and correct behavior to ensure no interference to other users. And yeah, let me pause here and hand over to my colleague who will take you through the rest of the presentation and some of the operational activities that we conduct. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Just to introduce myself again, my name is Philip Ramalata. I work under Quality of Service Manager. I just want to add, just to continue from what we shared, you got a spectrum. Once you have the spectrum, then there's still some other requirements that need to be taken care of. Okay, this way, just a continuation of the previous presentation for different type of spectrum authorization. We have shared spectrum access. We have on the primary basis, on the secondary, those are different type of sharing. Like in case of the example which was given the morning for dynamic spectrum, it's like it's not on the primary basis, it's the secondary, like the primary is the main user of the spectrum, which is the broadcasters. Okay, this one just giving you the different, the history of the ITU. I'm just gonna skip this slide. Then there's, in terms of the radio regulations, once you get the spectrum, they still once you're allocated, you have to work within certain power limits. Coordination and harmful interference must be mitigated in the spectrum. like in coordination, it's a national coordination and also included in the international, where we deal with the issue of cross-border spillage, where we try to minimize the spillage between the neighboring countries. And then also here we have different IT commissions which also deal with the satellites interference and how to mitigate the coordination process. Because for every satellite that is launched, then they need to, if it's going to cover our area, we need to do the coordination with the other countries to check if it's not going to cause any harmful interference to our services. Okay, these are some of the spectrum activities that we have conducted. Some that are still in the process. In 2022, we concluded the first part of the spectrum auction, which included the digital migration. Some of the spectrum was still not readily available because of the delay in the DTT migration. But then we were successfully done with the spectrum auction. Then we are looking forward to the second phase of spectrum auction. In terms of the spectrum outlook, I think those who read also the policy from the minister, we are looking towards phasing out 2G, 3G in the next year or so, which we hope is not going to be delayed like the other, like the migration process because of the user and affordability of the devices. And then in the country also, for those who are interested in the 5G, we have 5G Forum. The 5G Forum is a platform to give the industry to participate in terms of the 5G standardization, the user cases, so that all the industry can come with a use case for South African market, not for, because whatever is applied maybe in the European countries doesn't apply in Africa, or it might not apply in different areas. Then the forum was just designed to cater for those issues. Like DSA, the current, the open interface, that will form part of the R&D, which those who are interested, or if open interface, they have maybe localization, they might maybe consider to participate in the R&D part of 5G forum. Okay, in terms of licensing, we have different types of licensing, which is a light licensing or license exempt frequencies, which are indicated there. And then we have dynamic spectrum access, which is related to TV white space. And I mean, as part of the plan to expand beyond only the TV white space. And then they always have the different spectrum review international forums like WRC. For the years 2023, it's not limited to 2023. They still, or we follow all the WTS, all the WRC recommendations. Some of them that we're still busy implementing. Soon we're still working on the finalization of the. We're still working on the finalization of the national radio frequency assignment based on the previous WRC. And then also we have R2, SADC, like as my colleague already previously indicated, these are the different forums that we work on the international basis. And then on the national spectrum, then the objective is to try to align our spectrum in line with the WRC outcomes. WR15 is just a reference, but we work aligned with the WRC outcome for the preceding radio regulations, so that we can also comply with the regulations at the international level. And also we have a licensing process, which is IMT. I did talk about it, which is a issue of like the auctioning of the spectrum, the dynamic spectrum. Those are part of the IMT. And then spillover and interference, which you also deal with it at the national and international basis. These are some of the activities we do. We have a number of fixed sites, which we use to check the spectrum occupancy around the country. And then there are cases where we have to do the mobile, where you go take the vehicle, you park it somewhere, you do some scanning to check the spectrum occupancy for a particular area. And also in case of interference, we use the portable spectrum directional finding tools. And then when we come to this one, like we already talked about the OpenAirInterface or OpenRAN, it still need to be requested to comply with, like, whoever is implementing it, all the operators licensees in South Africa who are licensed under ICASA, they are obliged to be in line with the regulations. And then within our unit or within the organization, we do number of activities to just to look at the quality of service around for consumer, mostly dealing with the consumer. Consumer, are they getting the value for their money, or are the service provider providing the required minimum service standards? This we do it in a quarterly basis. Those who are from the licensees, they know, like, every quarter we send number of reports to explain why in this particular area the consumer are still suffering, which we hope to do the same with once we go OpenRAN, to be the same process continue. And also issue of the cross-border, as I've already indicated, we do deal with the cross-border. There's two components in the cross-border. There's interference, there's commercial part of it, where there's unintended spillage which cause interference, and there's intended, where mostly with the country where the border is just adjacent. There are two towns around adjacent to each other, which become somehow to other operators become a commercial reason to spill to the other side to have more customer on the neighboring country. And then also we support, I already covered the last part in terms of consumer issues. Then I will go to, these are the QS standards and regulations that the licensee need to follow. We have a regulations, which is the main regulations is end user and service subscriber service charter of 2016, which has been amended a number of times. With this, just the way we prescribe the minimum, like the throughput, the minimum drop costs, or what, all the key service that the customer will explain to the customer, and how to redress the customer challenges. And then within the process, we also develop the national standards through SABS, which is SANS 17251 and 17252. Just the standard just only give the guidance on how to do the measurements in the field, while the end user and service subscriber service charter each define the minimum targets for each parameter. And then in conclusion, I'll just put a disclaimer, not all whatever we're saying is from our executives. Some is the opinion of the presenters on this last slide. We just indicated in conclusion, say OpenRAN is still subjected to all the statutory requirements or legal requirements. If you're going to run it for commercial purpose, then you need a licensing. You need to go through the license process, which include the ECS or ECNS. I didn't want to indicate whether it's a class or individual, but you still need a license. The device, when they are shipped into the country, they still need to go through the type approval process. The handset, the radio unit still have to go through that process. And then some of the challenges we saw is like end user device availability, like in the presentation that we have previously. There were a few devices which are supported. We don't know the market price of the devices, but it can be a challenge to the adoption of the OpenRAN if the OpenRAN doesn't become more open to support more user devices in the market, because it will be limited to certain number of devices. And also this issue of cyber security, which I think you need to be, I think everyone, if you say once it's open, we don't know how open is open, then we need to also try to address that issue. Say, even though it's open standard, it's still not, cyber security proved for people to hack the system. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Ramalata. Again, just thought maybe since we have the regulator here, it might be some not really hard-hitted questions, but just an opportunity to engage. And likewise, I would open up, and for colleagues who are online, please also maybe raise your hands. We'll acknowledge you and provide you the opportunity. So I'll start with the gentleman in the front, second row. Then a taker. Okay. So it's the two gentlemen. Anyone else? Or questions will come through as the first one has been answered. Over to you, Rob.
Yes, so this is Robert from OpenAirInterface. I have more like two questions out of interest to understand a little bit, and then one generic curiosity question. So in one of the slides, it was actually mentioned that you do like market-based, so either it's auction or beauty contest. And I've never seen this term beauty contest, and I just wanted to know what this means exactly. Is it like a fixed price, and then the best technological offer will be taken, or what does this mean? Because from my understanding, auction is more like basically money. I mean, probably more than, but like the highest bid wins. So what is the beauty contest? And then the other question, it was said that there's like shared spectrum with easements. So is there some kind of enforcement, or how is it ensured that it's not abused? No.
Okay, so my colleague has called me up here. I will attempt the first question regarding the beauty contest, and I think it's exactly the term that it's given. So based on the most beautiful project or attractive outcome of the bid, then I think that would be the okay, I'm not too good in explaining the beauty contest, but I do know there's principles in place which say if you don't use the spectrum, you would lose the spectrum. So it's not one of the approaches that are most taken, but it is something that is available to consider in the licensing regime. Yeah, thank you.
So, and the other question was about shared with easements, and I just want, I mean, you had actually one slide where you say that you basically also enforce and you go around and measure. So when it's like shared with easement, you just measure from time to time, you see that everything is going well, or are there other enforcements in place?
Okay. Yeah, so once again, I see the topic of sharing is coming up, not directly linked to the enforcement. If there's any equipment which is not type approved or according to the standards that are allowed, then the enforcement activity will take place where the equipment is either removed from operation. Yeah, so that's the one aspect of enforcement. But with regards to sharing, there is field measurements done together with the operators who may be involved at times. We always seek to collaborate with them to understand what is going on. And then we have our own independent results, which also then can be used to move forward, not necessarily always being the police.
Okay, yeah, just to add also, mostly the auction is only applied mostly for all the frequency band which are defined as IMT band. The other band is still come as first come first basis or PT contest, whatever you call it. I don't know. But yeah, still those are which are not outside the IMT band, which are not defined as IMT, you still apply the normal process, first come first serve.
Okay. My name is Douglas Milonga from MTN. My question is around the 5G forum. Is there like an opportunity in future where we could get maybe say proudly South African maybe radios or antennas in terms of around the whole forum to do with the R&D? Because I think most of the operators, they depend on foreign equipment. And then a follow-up question to that is you mentioned 2G thinning, 3G sunset. I think in the opening of the workshop, we spoke about the digital divide. So again, is there any maybe programs or influences in which ICASA is coming to the party, say, maybe to get a cheap phone, maybe to get a cheap smartphone, again, proud South African, maybe which will cost maybe something like 100 Rand. Because obviously we are all looking at trying to connect the unconnected. And also on the other end, I think it is evident, I'm sure, being the regulator, I'm sure the data is saying South Africa at this stage is not ready for either 2G thinning or 3G sunset. Thank you.
Okay, I'll start with the last part. The 2G, 3G sunset is still going through the consultation with all the service provider in terms of the how possible is it, how soon can we do it, or is it still possible, considering also the device market, if we'll be able to have a cheaper device that certain community, like if you go to rural areas, they still use a 2G only phone, not even 3G. Then those are the things we need to look at the market, see how is the market currently, so that when the sunset coming, you look at the device penetration. If you have device which is comparable to up to 4G, then it's easier to switch other technologies. But if you only have the device up to 3G, then once you see the two technologies, those communities, they will be left unconnected. But I mean, from most of the operators in South Africa, I think some already, with the 2G, they already started sunsetting it bit by bit, or the capacity has been reduced to minimum, which is already a positive towards the sunsetting of 2G. Yeah, with the 5G forum. 5G forum, like I indicated, is an open forum where, like in R&D, if those who are within the R&D forum, they can come together, come with a proposal or some research that can lead towards the development of our own national branded antennas or radio units. That will be good for the country also. And then, I mean, we will appreciate those who are willing to participate in the 5G forum to join those working groups so that they can contribute towards the achievement of the goal.
Thank you, Chair. My question is actually getting back to the auction. Has ICASA done a study of the impact of the previous regime where there was no auction and then the new regime on the consumer? Because good and profitable as it may for ICASA to auction the high demand spectrum, somebody has to pay for it. The network operators will pass the cost and they will pass it to the consumer. Is that not impeding the very objectives of reaching out and connecting the unconnected? Because now, if you look at the amounts that were mentioned on the previous spectrum auction, someone has to pay for that, whether it's me or you or whoever. Is this a sustainable model for South Africa, or we're just copying from the West what we think is best, but it may be hurting us in the long run?
Okay, I'll just give my attempt. Yeah, the spectrum auction, I would say there have been cases where some of the licensees were having spectrum which are not utilized because it was for free. You will never spend those amount of money if you're not going to use it. I think it was just one of the issues, and also the demand for that particular spectrum, because it just give it to anyone and hand over. You might find that operator A, they have maybe double or triple the capacity than the other one. But now with the auction, it was also looking at the equal distribution among all the operators in the market. It was not only designed to make money. Money, like for example, ICASA, you just collect the money on behalf of our government and then we pass it to the national government. But it's not like for ICASA to generate money, even though it was an opportunity to make money for the country, but it was not, the aim was not that. It was just to have a fair and equal distribution of the spectrum. Yeah, I think in terms of sustainability, it depends on who, like, I mean, if the licensee feel like they don't have that those resources to sustain them in a long term after the auction, I mean, I would suggest it's up to each licensee to decide whether they have enough resources to take them further after the auction. But if you know whatever you have, it will end at the auction and you cannot take it further, yes, it's not sustainable.
Thank you for the interesting presentation and answering the questions. I wanted to add a question. Can ICASA potentially prohibit sales of new 2G and 3G handsets? And that could be a first step towards minimizing the market. And then you can consider the sunset and so on. Because for now, yeah, I think it's quite a bit of 3G and 2G handsets around, and they're cheap, which makes all the difference. But if you prohibit sales of new ones, it's like the same situation happening with electrical bulbs now. Might be, I don't know if you have the power to do that, so it's a question. And I wanted to add a comment around antennas. I think there are two companies I know in South Africa. One is, I think, Calaris. The other is Pointing, that manufacture antennas. So perhaps, yeah, MTN could contact them and see if they could become part of the value chain. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, in terms of sunsetting, like the DTT, similar to DTT, where there was a time where they were no longer allowing the tube TV into the country. It will be the same principle where no more type approval of specific devices. Like if it's 2G only device, and it's a new in the market, then it cannot be type approved. As times go, then we start maybe allowing importation of those devices. But that would be the way to go, to start facing them by not type approving the new device into the market, which are 2G only capable.
Thank you to both Philip and Fidosia for being brave enough. We know when you're always the regulator, your head is always on the block. And it's not every day where people brave it enough to can maybe come on stage and even take on questions. I see the hand. Looks like there could be one more. And I'll maybe let you clear.
Michael Philip Paul from MTN. Can you give us some insight if ICAS is going to do such, restrict 2G terminals and 3G terminals? Would you be able to give us dates when you're going to start doing it, if you're going to do it?
Can you come again?
So you mentioned that what a regulator could do is start not type approving 2G only terminals, 3G only terminals. Are you planning to do so? And if so, when are you going to start enforcing it?
Yeah, I think as a public entity, our law now, we need to go through the public consultation process. Once it's done, then you can start to be strictly enforcing it. You cannot just do it from tomorrow, wake up, say now we cannot, we need to go through the public consultation process before we can reach that stage. Thank you.
So, yeah. Are we sure it's the last one?
Yeah, that's it. It's the last one. Sorry. My question is around interference. I think there was a slide which spoke about interference hunting. So has there been scenarios where ICASA has been able to find people, let's say, transmitting in the, maybe say, MTN spectrum portion?
Can you just maybe rephrase the question again?
Okay. My question is around interference. There was a slide where you spoke about where the regulator do interference hunting. So now my question is, let's say they find people transmitting, let's say, for example, on MTN spectrum. Is there consequences for that?
Yes, there's consequences if we find them. If they are licensees, then there's consequences. If they are non-licensees, most of them you have to deal with them through the court of law. It cannot be through our CCC process. It will be a different process. But if it's a licensee, we find that they're transmitting at the wrong frequency, which rather than the one which are assigned to them, they can go to CCC.
Okay, thank you.
Once again, can we then give a round of applause for the bravery? Thank you, Philip and Fidosia. We appreciate that. The nice thing about institutions like the CSIR, we do not only promote innovation, but we also get all the players on board. It's nice to hear from the likes of MTN on what are their nuisances and challenges. It's also nice to engage the regulator in the same space and all other role players, because sometimes we tend to miss the post and we tend to engage only one side and forget the other, which makes the exclusivity of this thing not really unique in any way. But it's platforms and forums like this that we really value and appreciate. Yes, we might not get the answers to everything else at the go, but at least there's somewhere where we need to start, and this can really move us forward. So with that being said, the next presentation, it's on the 5G security, cybersecurity. I think when the presenters have been speaking about all other things that are happening in this whole space, security has been just coming up every now and again to say that, yes, we can have all these platforms, yes, we can have all these systems, but if they're not secured enough, what are we opening ourselves to? So, ladies and gentlemen, would you kindly welcome or assist me in welcoming Muyo Mutenwa, who's going to take us through the cybersecurity in 5G. And while we do that, let me just give a brief bio about him. So Muyo has been Muyowa, sorry. So he affectionately known as Muyo, has been at the CSIR for the past 9 years. During his time, he has occupied the following positions: Senior Cybersecurity Specialist, Client-Based Security Operations Center Manager, and now is currently positioned as a Research Group Leader for the Data Security and Analytics Group with the Information and Cybersecurity Center. His key responsibilities are project managing client-facing cybersecurity solutions, such as Red Team and Blue Team exercises, Virtual Security Operations Center, digital forensic investigations, and overseeing secure application development. Moyo has 5 years working experience with Telecoms SA as a strategy architect in designing data center networks, user access networks, selecting end user devices, and out-of-box Microsoft solutions, subsystems including databases and storage system. So can we give him a warm welcome?
Thank you, everyone. Good afternoon. I'll try and make my talk very brief and maybe allow for questions later on. Like it was introduced, my name is Muyo Mutemwa. I am a CSR employee, mostly looking after cybersecurity, incident response, and digital forensics. And just in a nutshell, I just want to talk about maybe when we're talking about security in 5G networks, I want to talk about one of the use cases, which is I think everyone knows this one, everyone talks about it, and what's the latest information that we have with regards to that. That's essentially what my talk is about. In a nutshell, that is the content of my outline. I will get into that. I think these slides will be shared, so I will skip some of the slides. So if you're interested in getting access to the slides, you can speak to the organizers. They will be gladly share that with you. I just want to get into the state of reports. I think oftentimes when we talk about cybersecurity, we tend to find these type of reports, you know, the state of ransomware, the state of email phishing, or the state of network security, or whatever it is. And maybe just to take some extracts from out of these presentations that you normally would see. So starting with the Sophos. So Sophos, every year they do the state of the ransomware, sort of just an assessment of what's happening in terms of that. And one of the interesting things that they said last year was that a third of organizations that had cybersecurity incidents had actually ransomware related to that cybersecurity incident. So if you're counting 3 organizations that had an incident, one of those was actually ransomware related. And 76% of those organizations that were ransomed, which is the third, then had some of their data encrypted, an element of their data encrypted. And 46% of those organizations then paid the ransom because they felt the data was critical. They needed to bring it back. They couldn't wait to lose business, so they then opted to you know, pay for their recovery. And 70% would still also pay for the recovery and still try and recover from their own clean backups. So essentially, that was quite interesting when you look at just cybersecurity in a nutshell. The next one, which is the Mimecast report, this one is slightly a little bit outdated, which is the 2022 one. So this one talks about what the leaders felt would be a threat vector in how ransomware would be introduced into their organization. So you had about 75% there of leaders saying that they had seen an increase in email-based threats coming into the environment. And this is based on information that they're seeing from their tools, the different tools that they deploy in their network. Moving along with Horizon Data Breach Investigation Report. So this particular report looks at the whole wide world and looks at specific incidents and actually then classifies the incidents in different categories and the types of threats that are seen there. And I think in the 2023 year, there was about just below 1 million in terms of analyzed incidents. These are incidents that have been analyzed. And out of those analyzed incidents, about just below 300,000 were confirmed data breaches. So if you think about the world, the whole entire globe, 300,000 data breaches confirmed. That's quite a high number. Now, specifically coming down to Africa and looking at what the African sort of threat landscape looks like. When we look at Africa, we see that just over 2,500 breaches were confirmed on the continent. And this has to do with Europe, Middle Asia, and Africa. So that particular region there. And from what we're seeing in terms of these state of reports, the highlight there is when you look at organizations, when they begin to plan the expenditures, when they begin to plan in terms of their bottom line or the key things that they need to deliver to shareholders, and they need to balance that off. What are the risks that could prevent them from meeting some of these things? And when you interview CEOs, and PwC puts this sort of investigation report nicely to say that when you interview CEOs and say, listen, what is your biggest threat to your organization to be able to do business? And you find that cybersecurity forms number 4. So in a lot of some of the things that we do, cybersecurity is quite important and it's quite a concern. And it's right between geopolitical conflict. There's a lot of geopolitical conflict, whether it's in Africa, whether it's in Europe, even just cold wars between exchange of opinions that don't really meet. So that geopolitical conflict is number 3. And then you look at health risks, for example, COVID, serious health risks. So cybersecurity tends to play a quite significant role there. And that was in the past 12 months. Now, when you look at 5 years into the future, cybersecurity still forms number 4 in terms of the risks that could impact an organization's growth or that could impact an organization's ability to do business in the next 5 years. And what we did for our research in a nutshell is we wanted to take a deep, closer look at the African continent and actually see what are some of the issues that the African continent is facing as compared with the rest of the world. And what we did was we looked at data between April and July of 2023. So this is tangible data. This is data that had to do with organizations. So we picked 2 organizations that were willing to share their data with us for us to analyze the data, play around with it. And the first thing before we get there is I just want to start with this. That graph that you're looking at today it's a continuous growing graph of the number of vulnerabilities that is found in software. Now, before you get alarmed, doesn't mean that when Microsoft releases, I'm not sure why I'm picking on Microsoft, but when Microsoft releases a new operating system, it doesn't mean that our operating system comes with more vulnerabilities than the previous one. What it just means is that there's a lot of software that's being developed. There's a lot of applications that are found on the app markets, on the stores, and all of those applications contribute to the increase in terms of what do you call them, threat vectors that attackers could use to actually access data, to compromise information, or to gain access to what they're looking for. And so this trend, we anticipate that it will continue to grow. And especially if you look at the graph, threats that rank in the middle, what we call lower threats, are the ones that are continually growing, because most of the time organizations are not really keen on trying to fix those, because most organizations want to get their product to market, because at the end of the day, that sort of defines how much they can reach their customers, how much they can get revenue, or how much their businesses can grow. And so when these small vulnerabilities are brought to their attention, well, it's they say it's part of the game, and they move on. In addition, as well, when we look at the phishing trends on the continent, we've seen this consistent growth that's always growing up, and it brought us to an understanding where, when we just looked around at the continent, just some of the data that we pulled, these are some organizations or some countries that had organizations that experienced data breaches across the continent. So, for example, in Senegal, around May 2023, last year, there was confirmed DDoS attacks against the Senegalese government. So these are things that you'd find in terms of articles, in terms of information on the internet. For example, within our country at the time, when we did this report, we had the Department of Justice, but today we could add the National Health Laboratory. I don't know what the S stands for, but they are currently trying to, go through a recovery system recovery process of a data breach. And so hacking still tends to be a key, where this is compromised gained access into an environment. It's not just a DDoS where they want to make some services unavailable, but this is someone wants to get into an organization and actually perform some activities, steal data, or do whatever they want to do. So that tends to be quite a key. And you see there on the screen, for those who are colorblind, the pink there is about 4 instances that we just recorded on a high level. Moving on, when we look at the themes in terms of data breaches, so what we did was we went to social media, and then we pulled down a lot of information related to data breaches. So I think for today, you would have seen Standard Bank is making the news. For those who didn't know, we've got Standard Bank accounts. They're making the news because there has been reportedly fraudulent activities in Standard Bank accounts across the nation. How true that is, we don't know. It's probably just speculation, but quite a few reputable news articles are reporting about this. I think I read 2 articles, one on News 24, one on my broadband. So in essence, what we did was that kind of information, we pulled it and fed it into a system to just give us an understanding of what exactly is happening in terms of the continent. Now, one of the interesting things that we then continued to give information on was we are seeing that there's going to be an increase in terms of cybersecurity breaches that are happening on the continent. And I think the underlying network infrastructure itself needs to be secure, as and when it's being developed, as and when it's being deployed, as and when people are using it, it needs to be secure so that it sort of reduces the threat landscape. Moving on, if you look at the data that came out of that, what we found was South Africa was number 3, joint third with, well, it's not actually a country, joint third in terms of the number of data breaches that it had experienced across the continent. So, of course, the first one being Nigeria. And one of the interesting things that we found with Nigeria was one of the most compromised countries when it came to organizations. But also, on the other hand, Nigeria was one of the key countries that was responsible for business email compromises, which became actually quite interesting because your 411 attacks, those type of email phishing attacks, actually originating from that, which was quite interesting. The second one was Kenya, of course. Not sure what the reasons were behind there, but South Africa tends to play a key role. And maybe just to talk about the South African context for a little bit, South Africa is an economy that is seen to be slightly stable across the continent, just slightly stable. If it wasn't for GNU, we'll probably be somewhere else. but we seem to be slightly stable. And when people look at a slightly stable economy, hackers will then look at what are some of the, and I think the information regulators here in terms of ICASA, right? Some people then tend to look at what are the laws in the country that can get us in trouble if we're caught, right? So you can think about an attacker sitting somewhere in the world and they're thinking, I could attack South Africa. But in the event that my identity is exposed, what are some of the laws that I might be in trouble with, right? What are some of the penalties that I might have to pay? Does it mean that I'll go to prison? Does it mean that I'll do this? And when we look at South Africa, we are now getting into the stage where our laws are becoming stronger and stricter. In terms of there's now punishment attached to that. Popeye was recently, made into action, I think in July 2021. I'm not 100% sure. But we're looking at other countries, like, for example, or even areas like the European Union where they have GDPR, where attackers, when they think about that, they think twice. Even organizations, when they begin collecting data from citizens, they think twice as well, because they need to make sure that there's proper mechanisms to protect that information. And when you look at the US, I think the same things apply. The US has specific laws specific to different sectors of their industries, for example, the health, credit cards, and education, even, yeah, and so many other things. So I think South Africa is getting there, but I think the more we're going to be in a position where we have stronger laws, the more it's going to be slightly more difficult for attackers to be interested in data within our country. All right, so moving on, when we look at the trends in those 3 months that I looked at, April, May, June, July, I think there were 3 months, but anyway, what we looked at there was South Africa was still number 3rd in terms of type of attacks there. And then also the sentiments. What are the sentiments with some of the information that we pulled from especially social media? You find that only 7% when they were talking about data breaches was positive, meaning that if there was a data breach, people are generally negative, and that's about 62%, and the neutrality there is about 31%. So maybe just to look at the specific data that we looked at with these two organizations, in a nutshell, if we were to pull the word cloud out of the thousands and thousands of email metadata that we looked at, you would find, and these are South African organizations, so don't be shocked when you see Pretoria contract, you would find, in a nutshell, the data that we looked at was related to business transactions. So let me explain what that means. A small organization gets phished, and the reason they get phished is because they received an email that says, here is your invoice, or here's payment to your transaction. So someone opens that, and then once they open it, there is malware embedded in that, and maybe that malware gets executed, and once it gets executed, they've gained access to that particular SMME. But in this case, with these two organizations, there's a lot of emails related to, just information related to what they were dealing with, whether it was invoices, or even in COVID, we also did a similar study looking at the type of threats in COVID. One of the things that we saw was people's hunger for information in terms of what was going to happen the next day resulted in attackers actually utilizing that and sending fake information in order for them to click on that. So fake information meaning exaggerated headlines, saying maybe the presidency has decided to do 1, 2, 3, so people are scared and then they want to consume information. But in that desire to consume information, they then found that there was actually malware attached to that. So those are some of the things that we saw there. In terms of the distribution of emails, in terms of the country of origin, 43% of the emails that we looked at that were malicious came from the US. Now, this does not mean that the US was attacking these two organizations. What it just means that the US was hosting infrastructure that could then be used to attack these two organizations. I'm not sure if I'm stepping on something. The second day was locally South Africa, meaning that either another organization has been breached and they're using their organization to send emails, or it's a locally set up system that is trying to attack that. Now, this is just a classification in terms of the emails that we looked at. What would we classify these emails as? So we had phishing at 22% of these emails were phishing. So these are all the malicious emails. You can't see. Okay, so 22%, 15% dangerous extensions. So you still had dangerous extensions being sent in emails to this day, which is quite strange, and so on and so forth. So to conclude this, I'm going to maybe give you guys some recommendations that we put. So we put this information in a peer-reviewed article that was published in one of the African continents. And we gave these recommendations, for example, maybe the one that speaks to what we're talking about now is maybe cloud apps and storage. Let's talk about cloud apps and storage. This is a trend that we're seeing in a lot of organizations, the migration to the cloud, because the cloud gives us, the ability to avoid ESCOM issues, right? But the challenge with that is the cloud is unregulated, meaning that you can access it from anywhere, and organizations haven't really sat down. When I say unregulated, organizations haven't really sat down to sort of determine what is their strategy to migrate into the cloud. Is this just a move to the cloud? Without actually thinking about all the things that are involved in moving their workflows to the cloud. So I think that becomes very important for organizations to then take a step back. Yes, you have migrated, but what is the strategy? And that strategy must also include security. It must also include growth. It must also include other things related to that. And I think that becomes quite key. And then in terms of the threats, was one of the things there I'll talk about is identity and credential theft. That is a common thing. And I think if I was to tell you here that probably a third of us have our identity stolen, but probably not used, that would be something that you might find a bit strange, especially when we look at data breaches. There's a lot of data breaches in South Africa where our identities are part of the data breaches, whether it's the ID numbers, whether it's the places where we stay, the telephone numbers, or the places where we work. And I think identity tends to play a very key role. And unfortunately, identity is not only a responsibility of organizations, but I think maybe identity has to be a responsibility that we have to hold as well. Because I think sometimes when we post on social media, we're posting, taking a picture outside our house, outside our cars, and you can clearly see the registration of the number plate there. That is your identity, meaning that the next time I see you on the highway, and I remember those number plates, I can definitely remember that it was you who posted that picture, and this is your car. So I think identity is a twofold thing where we can hold some of these organizations responsible, but we can also hold ourselves responsible in the sense that we post a lot of stuff, even on WhatsApp statuses. And I think maybe in addition to that, one of the things that we probably would recommend is just 6 things, and not 10, but 6 things would be quite important. So the first one is adherence to strict governance. And I think as we're growing and we're talking about 5G networks, we're talking about networking, we're talking about spectrum, governance related to that needs to be tied together with that, and it needs to work. Why I'm saying it needs to work, it needs to be functional. It needs to be something that people understand. It needs to be something that's built into whatever we are designing, whatever we're deploying, whatever we're testing. And I think once we get governance right, because part of my responsibility is when I arrive at the scene of an incident response, the first thing I realize is there is no governance here. Governance is almost like a direction in terms of how do we do the things that we want to do? Are we just doing them because someone wants something done? Or is there actually a plan or a strategy behind this? And I think with that, I just want to say thank you very much. I know this was not a presentation related to networking and 5G, but we're here.
No, thanks, Mane. At the end, I think it helps us to know that irrespective of whether we're thinking about 5G or not, but cybersecurity is quite key. And it affects us either as individuals or organizations. So, I mean, how many of us do transact every day with the hope that the CSIR provided us with a free network so I can do anything else? Who's monitoring it? You see? So it's always good to know about such, and let it not be about me, but maybe then toss back and ask if would you like to engage more further? Is there anything else maybe you'd like to seek clarity on? Or even his compliments. I think they are most welcome as well.
I'll take compliments.
Yes.
Hi, Stefan from Fintech here. First of all, compliment, very nice presentation. It is more, let's say, an organizational question, because obviously you have a very nice cybersecurity team here doing more the, let's say, IT security.
and you're like the CSIR is also looking at 5G. Do you have plans to kind of combine these and do applied research in the 5G area? Because like security research, because I think this is currently a field which could use much more attention. Yeah.
Yeah. I think someone else wants to answer the question. I think you can answer the question.
Yes, we do. We have different clusters. I'm not sure if you remember Dr. Wagawa's presentation of CSIR at Lens. So they fall in another cluster. They've got there's a cybersecurity center, and the role there is not only to provide cybersecurity to that cluster, but to everyone at the CSIR. So we do collaborate on different projects, and this is one of the areas that we're going into. As I indicated in my presentation, we've got security, but we are not the experts in cybersecurity, so we then rely on them. So that's in the plans. Thanks. And by the way, compliments on the presentation.
I guess in short, they say once you walk into the CSR, you never walk out because there's everything else you need in-house. So it's just a matter of asking the right questions and the right people will be directed to the right places. Yes.
Hi, it's Daniel from Riot Network. This is more a question in terms of your work group. Do you focus more on cybersecurity as in terms of the network layer and the data exchanged, or also on things like nefarious devices, MZ catchers and stingrays and RFID spoofing and things like that? Just in terms of hardware devices and hardware intrusion mechanisms for executing cyber threats.
Yeah. So within the center that Hlabishi spoke about, there's 4 research groups. Hold on. Things you should not do in a live audience. So my responsibility is the bottom one, bottom left, to your left, yeah. So the cybersecurity systems team on the bottom right, they look after that. So they've done some exercises. I think they bought even those. What was that device that people are using to unlock stuff with? Flipper Zero. Yes, they bought a few of those, and they play around with devices like that. So from a cybersecurity perspective, they've tested that even in the CSR. I shouldn't be saying that, but anyway, to gain access into the campus, cloning cards, cloning access, and quite a number of things. So they do that.
Yeah. Once again, thanks, Mo. Can you give him a round of applause? I must commend again, you've been quite an interesting audience. I enjoyed my day spending it with you. We've covered, I think, almost 70 to 80% of what we needed to do today. We're running into the last mile, which will be then a panel discussion. But because of you being good to me, I'm going to pay you back. I'm going to reward you with at least 10, 15 minutes just of a leg stretch. And there's also, I understand, coffee and juice outside, so you can indulge in that. And once you've done, kindly come back because we've got quite a packed up panel discussion, which I think will be a fitting one to can close off the day and all that we've done today. So with that being said, I'm going to ask Professor Ntseban Ntatlapa to meet us just outside on the registration desk. Robert Smith as well to meet us on the registration desk. Ronnie Krisinga, Benjamin Hlope, Gana Dube, and Danny Dikok. If you could just convene to the registration desk so we can iron out the thing or two for the next session. Other than that, do enjoy your last mile of the coffee and be back at 3:05. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, like I've said, we are getting into last session of the day. It is quite an interesting one because of it's a panel discussion on Open RAN. And this is not from academic space only, but from industry perspective as well. So some of the burning issues that probably might have wanted to ask, but you chose not to, maybe then this will be the opportunity to engage on those ones. So this session, it's going to be led by Professor Ntseban Ntatlapa, who used to be one of us. He might not be necessarily a CSR employee, but he's still one of us because we are all in telecoms after all, right? So I'm gonna just quickly read up a bio for Professor Ntlatlapa. Then I will let him introduce the panelists for discussion as well. So Professor Ntlatlapa is an associate professor of the Link Center since February 2024. Prior to that, he held several positions at CSIR, including as center head of the C4IR SA and as one of the inaugural impact area managers for Next Generation Enterprise and Institutions Cluster. Dr. Ntlatlapa holds a PhD in computer science, graduated in 1999 from Urban University in the US, and has 25 years of postdoctoral research experience in research and technology development. At the international level, he served as a vice chairperson of the International Telecommunications Union, ITUT, Multimedia Study Group 16, for a 3-year period. As a university academic, Ntlatlapa has extensive experience in teaching, supervising, and curriculum development through positions held in Lesotho, Nigeria, the US, and South Africa. At the Link Center, he lectures on the Masters of Arts ICT Policy and Regulation, participates in postgraduate student supervision, and is working towards collaborative engagements between Link and the CSIR on research into digital innovation and digital transformation. So with that being said, can we give a warm welcome to Professor Ntlatlapa?
Thanks, Obakeng, for that warm introduction. You should not confuse yourself and start jumping between titles. They're all applicable. So should not start to jump through. As he has said, I only joined the university full time this February. So you can just imagine, even for myself, if someone says Professor Ntlatlapa, I'm trying to look for that professor that he's talking about, because I'm not used to be called that way. So I just want to check with the people that are in here. How many of you, when you had Open RAN, thought about the recently passed comrades? That we are talking about people who ran in the open. I'm asking, how many of you, or maybe this particular audience knew what we meant by Open RAN, right? So since there was no hand, then I'll assume that you knew, so I won't do a presentation on Open RAN, right? Otherwise, I was going to do a presentation on Open RAN. So what we will have today, you will see me here. You won't see the rest of me. You'll see my head. But you'll see the people sitting right there, right? And for me, so Obakeng had an advantage of having been sent my bio, and he could introduce me, but I don't have that. Right? So what I'll do is that I'll ask the gentlemen. I want to highlight the gentlemen because I'm going to ask them why are there no ladies in the panel. If not them, I'll ask Obakeng and Albert. These gentlemen, they will introduce themselves one by one, and I have a way of asking them to introduce themselves. So at this point, I can ask them to come and sit. What did you arrange these seats? Okay, you can come and sit in the front, and then I'll then call them one by one for them to introduce themselves. I have their names, and I know their names, except I don't have their bios. So I'll start with you, Robert, just because you are a visitor. we are welcoming you by asking you to introduce yourself first. So before I conclude that, so you'll introduce yourself, but I want you to answer a question just after you introduced yourselves, right? So note the question. What the UNDP has said in its strategy, digital strategy, is that it defined digital really as an ever-evolving range of technologies like mobile technologies and many other technologies that everyone wants to be caught saying, that long list, robotics, IoT, AI, and all of those. And those technologies that impact all aspects of our world. But it says, and a mindset which translate into a new way of working that enables people and institutions to innovate with technology. So I want you, after you introduce yourself, just to comment on that definition, but tell us about how OpenRAN can then help create that mindset where institute can innovate with technology. Right.
Well, so, okay. So, I mean, first of all, okay, my name is Robert Schmidt. I work for the OpenAirInterface Software Alliance, which, as we have seen before, is basically the non-for-profit foundation that manages the OpenAirInterface project. So I work there since 2.5 years now. And I mean, since the most part as the run team lead, basically. Before that, I was a PhD student, also in Eurocom, so I've been physically in the same place. And I was doing research on slicing and also software-defined radio access networks, or could also just say software-defined networking. And yes, I mean, actually, what I wanted to say is that this led me well into the path of then working also with OpenAirInterface, because actually during my PhD I used OpenAirInterface a lot. So, and that said, now I need to think. So, I mean, the definition was that digital technologies enable us to do new things and to learn and do new things. I mean, I don't know whether I fully understand or understood the thing, but let me maybe say, first of all, the things what I believe for technology is that I think it's a nice enabler because, I mean, in particular also the internet, if you talk about that, it helps people to learn. I think also many people, they don't necessarily always use it for learning new things and so on. But me, myself, I'm a very curious person. So I read all the time on Wikipedia and stuff on the internet and so on. And then if you bring this a little bit more towards Open RAN and a bit more applied, that I think with like this opening up, this allows people to learn more about the technologies that are in mobile networks. So when I was younger, when I was a student, I mean, I'm still relatively young, of course, but when I was a student at the university, so then I didn't really have the right angle to get into radio access networks, and it was kind of difficult to understand. And for example, OpenAirInterface, but not only OpenAirInterface, is a nice project to get into. I mean, to understand the system, to learn about it, to see how the different things fit together. And then maybe the Open RAN angle is also a bit, since it opens up things, you can combine different technologies, maybe different open source projects. So it's not only OpenAirInterface, there are also other projects that you can use, that you can learn with, and so on. So I think it's actually quite interesting because like this digital innovations in general, they first of all open up things, you can look into things, you have access to learning, and then in particular for the Open RAN, you can actually look into the RAN, understand, look at the signal processing. You can actually even read the code and at least try to understand what happens down from the FFT and sending up to, I don't know, RC and what are the different procedures. And personally, I find this interesting, also beautiful in a sense, and yes.
Right. Because everybody here understands that language, it's important that instead of having a black box where you are given access to a command line that you can only write specific instructions to configure the network. In this case, you have an open box. You can do anything with it. So if you don't understand how certain things are coded, you can go in and check, and if they have some errors, you correct those errors. Right. So that's interesting, and it in a sense, once we can enable you to have that particular mindset of organizations working with technology, and opening up. So from you, Ronnie, so as a MTN, as a major operator, have you conducted any proof of concepts trials of Open RAN technology? And how will this, trials, if we have, how will those affect the future deployment of these technologies? So you'll start by introducing yourself first and then answer the question.
Good. Hi, everyone. Yeah, thanks again for the CSR for inviting MTN today to participate and also to share their thoughts and experiences on Open RAN, activities that MTN has been doing in the past. Yes, my name is Ronnie Kritzinger. I'm currently a senior manager, looking after the radio technology domain within the network team at MTN. It's a very big network team. MTN runs probably one of the most complicated networks in the world. Not a lot of people know this. So it's very interesting to sit in the session today and hear some of the basics that's been done on the open interface front compared to what the traditional vendors are actually doing. So I actually learned quite a lot today because I haven't been playing too much in that domain. Within my team, I look at a couple of things. The basic things are RAN network evolution. So planning, the network. What is the new technologies that you need to put down in the next 10 to 20 years? It's not easy, but we do that. Then legacy network shutdown. This is critical stuff. We're planning to shut down 2G, 3G in the next couple of years. So the questions I've been asking is very relevant. We still have millions of people connected to those legacy technologies. So finding ways to minimize the TCO, the amount of CapEx you spend to roll out networks, is extremely important for us. We want to find new ways. And I'll shed light on some of our strategies, on that front. But legacy network shutdown, one of those activities. I look after non-terrestrial networking initiatives as well. Open RAN is one of those top priorities that we're focusing on. And then lastly, I think not a lot of people know this. We probably have one of the most sophisticated test laboratories in the country to type approve, especially on the RF front, any hardware and software in a simulated environment before we deploy this on the live network. And a lot of the stuff I'm going to share with you just now is in the Open RAN side as well. We actually learned quite a lot. Within the test switch facility, we actually type approve all of the smart devices that MTN sells in the stores. So all the smartphones you see on the table, if it has an MTN SIM card in it and you bought it in the shop, it went through that facility. And we tested that across all of the vendor networks that we deploy in South Africa. So I wanted to give that introduction because the network technology team within, especially at MTN SA, we set the benchmark for MTN across all of the countries we operate. MTN currently operates across 21 countries. And we utilize that test facility to broaden out and to learn a lot about the technology to offer that across the markets. Okay. So coming to the Open RAN question, MTN's Open RAN initiatives actually started 5 years ago. We started building out those relationships with a lot of Open RAN players the biggest ones you can find, we do testing with it. And, you know, it's actually progressing very well. We, in the last 3 years, accelerated initiatives on that based on the new business strategy that was put forward. It's called Ambition 2025. I don't know how many of you heard about that, but the core belief of the company at the moment is that everybody deserves the benefits of a modern connected life. What that means is you can't just focus in deploying the traditional networks like it is going forward. You need to find new ways. You need to leverage from virtualizing and orchestrating your network going forward. And 5G is actually very important for MTN at the moment to make sure we offer the best services for customers in the long run. Okay. So yeah, where are we with Open RAN? Across the 21 countries, we executed Open RAN testing in 6 of those countries already. Most of the testing has been done in South Africa. We've progressed very quickly in executing 5G, 4G, even 2G testing, utilizing companies like Mavenir, you know, Parallel Wireless, Rakuten. We've built a relationship with those companies as well. And most recently, well, not recently, well, 2 years ago, MTN signed and is now a full member of TIP. One of the questions I asked, because MTN is actually one of the full members of TIP now. And the reason for that is MTN is looking into working together with industry and vendors to finding ways to making the Open RAN ecosystem more mature, okay? And to find ways of influencing standards together with vendors, because we've seen this as a lever we can pull to bring down TCO costing for building out networks, especially in the rural domain, to connect the unconnected. So yeah, it's actually moving very well. The biggest levers that we want to pull is we want to get the TCO costing down. I think that was one of the last questions you asked, and that's not an easy one. It's not an easy one, meaning if I hear about pushing the user plane closer to the customer, there's a bigger thing at play, and it means data centers. You've heard about data center developments in South Africa. There's a reason for that. You know, if you want to push the user plane closer, you need to put down more edge data centers, edge nodes. This pushes strain, you know, on the network to leverage existing central data centers. So there's a lot of investment at play here, but you can't follow the same recipe. You need to find another way. And the Open RAN initiatives is one of those areas that MTN is targeting a little bit more now going forward.
Okay, thanks. There's quite a lot of information, so maybe it was important to say you answer that question as part of the introduction. It's a very good introduction into what MTN does, and we now know. Maybe some of us knew before that MTN is full member of TIP. So maybe there's some engagement in terms of the OpenAirInterface as well. It could provide additional tools to the tool set that you already have. I'll come to you, Benjamin. So as a small player in the field, and it has nothing to do with height or age. It all has to do with the the amount of input that your company has in the industry compared to the ones that are next to you, MTN. So as a small player, how do you think this O-RAN promotes vendor diversity? And what are the opportunities? What opportunity does this create for smaller suppliers like yourselves? Again, you remember you start with your introduction. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm Benjamin Hlophe. I'm Director of Technology Operations at Goodlane. Like Prof. Tatlapa has said, Goodlane is not a small player. We are an emerging player. It's a difference because we are doing big things. I will give you a number of the big things. One of the big things we have done our code is running on the SKA telescope, which is a flagship product in the world. Our code is making all soldiers in the country communicate. There is no military communications without our code. So we cannot be small. We are emerging. And also looking at OpenRAN. So we are a former defense based company. We were serving the military. We had a 5-year contract working on the software defined radios for the military. And then we looked during the COVID and we said, how can we exploit the know-how in software defined radios? And then there was a thing called OpenRAN. I was following Ronnie on LinkedIn, then I see they are talking about Mavenir, they are talking about parallel wireless. Then I kind of like looked and I said, can we play in this space? Then we started doing research. We discovered that the CSIR gave us a contract where we were working with the USRP. Then we discovered we can do this. Let's invest time and money in doing it. So our program for OpenRAN started. The MTN was very gracious to us. They gave us the specifications of how to do the devices. Vodacom and Vodafone Spain, they gave us the specifications how to build the radios. So that's where our program was born. And to say also, just to change the conception, if we say we are a small company and we don't do big things, we will never be big. So we are emerging and we are doing big things. And OpenRAN is basically a pivot for us that enables us to be heard. Otherwise, there was not even a platform to be heard. Having said that, we found ourselves that our first deployment is not OpenRAN because we started building this OpenRAN and everything. We invested in this. Consequently, we became like your Nokia, your Huawei, your Ericsson, but embedding the OpenRAN principles. So our radios, our devices, they're not necessarily OpenRAN. The core, the RAN, it's not necessarily OpenRAN. It's 3GPP compliant and OpenRAN compliant. And just by having the concept of OpenRAN, it has given us the opportunity to start, even if we don't conform to it.
Right. So maybe it does touch a lot on what Robert said around enablement of innovation. So the emerging players are already taking this and taking advantage of the technology that is there now to build and and get into the market. And I can see that with that it enables diversifying of the market. Again, it may not be where you start or where you end may not be where you started. As we have had with Benjamin, that yes, OpenRAN enabled Kotlin to start and work on this. It is not necessarily where they are now in terms of the offering to the market, but it still has influence. So I think it's great to highlight that and thanks. So maybe again, as an emerging player with the Riot Danny, I think in my just brief discussion with you earlier, you had highlighted that you have not worked on the 3GPP line of standards. I'm sure you have followed the OpenRAN and having understood all of those and the principles that apply there. Can you just maybe comment a little bit on how this will promote vendor diversity and whether, in effect, all of that could also create opportunities for players like you that were not initially in that standard? Yeah.
Yeah, I'm Daniel de Kock from Riot Network. CTO, so I wrangle firmware, we do some board design, we do some electronic design. We worked with Benjamin quite a lot in the past. Our history comes from designing end devices, GPS tracking devices, wildlife tracking, intrusion detection. We did some spectrum monitoring for the regulator at some point to do interference finding with one of the ISPs. And what came out of that was every time we did one of these projects, they used a SIM card, or they needed to use LoRaWAN or NB IoT or 2G, GPRS, get context. You do this project, make the board, make the enclosure, do the type approval, it's all good, hand it over to the customer, and the first thing they ask you is, what network does this connect to? Or they want to deploy this in the northern part of the Kruger Park. Cool, what network do they use? So we've always run into the problem that we needed something to connect to. Then we pivoted our business and decided, well, let's design the base stations. Let's design the base station and the infrastructure equipment that we would need for all of our little IoT random projects. And all of the guys that we assisted in various maker spaces and in innovation spaces through universities where we were involved. So when those guys make products and when we make products, it's got something to connect to. It can get to the internet, you can get to the data center, you can commit AI onto it, you can use ML on it, you can do these things. So we eventually ended up building Wi-Fi mesh distribution systems for last mile networks, mostly to Wi-Fi's ISM. So we didn't need to go through too much regulatory red tape to get these things to be used. And we got to an agreement with, funnily enough, MTN to say in certain areas, if we can get a high priority link on their constrained infrastructure and distribute that to more families in the area, that means for one link that we get from MTN, we can empower and enable and connect 56 families. Now that's a massive impact where none of those individuals would have been able to afford a 100 symmetrical link. Now, 56 of them can get at least a 10 meg link, 10 meg uplink, depending on time of day and usage and such. And then at some point we also decided, well, we have space in this thing because it's a fairly large base station. And we tested the idea of putting a little LTE base station into it because 5G was unattainable at the time. And we still have space for this rather large SPC in there to say, well, can we do femtocells in these things? Because then we can get cellular coverage, we can get Wi-Fi coverage, and even if there's 2G and 3G switch off, some 3G devices still have Wi-Fi, so it extends their life to at least get people connected. So I think initiatives like Open RAN enables one to see, well, it's not unattainable, it's not insurmountable. It's like, well, it's open source. If you've got someone who can get you a USRP, build it, try it, see if it works. If it works, do a pilot deployment. And if you can get a partner like CSR or some of the other organizations in government that we've worked with in the past, and they say, well, hey, that's a good idea. Let's fund a couple of them. Let's deploy. Let's get this thing bigger and bigger. And that pushes this sort of aha spark moment to other people who might be more capable, or other people who have more funding, or people who have drive to solve different problems to say, hey, if they could do that, I could do that. And then this thing just propagates like a virus. And so initiatives like Open RAN and saying, well, let's make something that's very obscure to say 90% of humanity. Let's make it open source, make it accessible, make it useful, and see where it runs. That's I think what these kind of things do.
Great. Thanks. I do have 10 questions for each of you, but maybe so that I don't dominate the stage, can I just throw a question to the CSIR people that have not presented yet, in terms of what kind of what have you learned from this team, and whether you see yourselves working with them? What have you learned from the introduction only, and how do you see working with them? And I'll try to see. There's a lot of CSIR people here. Any takers from other than those that have already said something? Okay, let me pick one that I know. So Albert, can you just answer that question? By the way, the reason why I'm picking Albert is that when I joined the CSIR, we joined in the same month, and our offices were next to each other. So we actually grew up in the CSIR together. That's why he's you know, he has some gray hairs. But anyway, Albert, can you just perhaps maybe just tell us if how much you know of this work, and how do you see your research aligning with that?
Svani, thank you for the very good discussion and for posing this question. What I think the main outcome that I learned is every party out of those 4 people who presented just now, they cover a particular, sometimes rather large space in the overall ecosystem, but only a part of it. And I think the main outcome is that we need to work together closer in order to be able to help each other. If I look at, say, the largest player here, MTN, right? MTN works with a number of vendors, a number of open 5G, let's call it providers. And it is a work in progress because it requires a significant amount of resources to accomplish the task. It is open source type of development with big potential for the country, because let's say if Nokia or Ericsson or Huawei comes and sells equipment, it's wonderful. We can go put it on the base station and start to work. But with open RAN, open 5G, open interface, open air interface type of developments, it's possible to get much bigger involvement of local players, South African companies, into the process. And that empowers those companies, that creates employment, that creates local dependencies, and it is very good for the country, very good for South Africa in short term and especially in the long term, because then we grow local specialists and over time we are able to export. But again, because it's open platform, it's difficulty to find a large enough bulk of funding which would create it into a complete system. And probably nobody would want this approach, because then again, somebody would need to decide who is going to own this, right? So keeping it open is a good idea. And the only way to achieve it then is to work together. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Albert. So can I invite some few questions before I pose the remaining 50 of my own? Anybody wants to pose the questions to this gentleman here? Okay, as you are thinking about those questions, and I know they are there, can we perhaps maybe let's touch on something here around the digital divide. Would you see technologies such as this being a solution to the digital divide in the country by, one, making this, again, here we are talking about 4G and 5G, not the other lower Gs, by making 4G and 5G services more accessible and affordable. And anybody can just raise a hand and take that.
Yeah, I can maybe just add a little bit there. Um, the statement you've made is extremely important. This is something MTN is actually taking very seriously, and this is why Open RAN was prioritized as one of the key projects, not just MTN SA, across the MTN group. We want to actually focus on this a little bit more, and this is why we started building out these relationships with industry already 5 years ago. Like Albert mentioned, there's a lot of work still left. During our investigations, we've picked up a few challenges. I can maybe share it with everyone now. I'll keep it to 4. There's too many, but during our investigations, especially doing testing across the African countries like Uganda, Nigeria, Guinea-Conakry, there's so much stuff we learned. A lot of the markets you need to understand the context. If there's a lot of competition, like South Africa, you need very sophisticated equipment, not just hardware. I'm talking about software. The software features that networks in South Africa run is very sophisticated. There's a lot of resources that the traditional vendors can offer compared to the Open RAN companies. They can on the fly develop for you a software feature to improve your uplink performance, for example, on a certain technology layer. But I'm talking about several thousands of features that they can offer you to do specific stuff. Now, on the Open RAN front, what do you need? This is why I say if you go into a specific market, maybe a small African country, you don't need all those features to offer basic 4G services, compared to a competitive country like South Africa, where you need to put down the best technology to monetize that investment and to get a lot of revenue in the long run. Because, to be honest, the big companies are there to make money. And they want to utilize the infrastructure very efficiently. So the Open RAN domain, there is some work involved there. One of the key things that we've picked up is the support for higher power radios, okay, especially multi-band radios. Within South Africa, there's a lot of roaming agreements in place at the moment. You need to utilize the same infrastructure to transmit multiple bands, for example. That requires a lot of power. And a lot of these Open RAN players don't have those sophisticated hardware to support that, especially if you go into deploying massive MIMO capable AAUs. So we shared these thoughts with companies like Parallel and Mavenir in the last 2-3 years, and they actually took that into their roadmaps. And we've seen very good traction there. The other one is, I've mentioned this, is the legacy network shutdown topic. Global operators already saw Open RAN as a big way to improve rural coverage, okay? Because you don't want to impact network performance in your metro areas. In the metro areas, you have a lot of people connected to base stations. If you want to choose an Open RAN player, okay, they need to be able to deliver the same network performance, not just hardware, software as well, compared to a traditional RAN player like Huawei. It's extremely difficult. So we see using Open RAN, especially from an MTN's perspective, we see utilizing Open RAN more in the rural domain, but it's mostly going to be based on use cases. Use cases is extremely important. I think it was highlighted earlier today. It depends what you want to do. Do you want to, are your business in a business of moving out edge computing services? Are you in a game of delivering high speed, low latency services? That requires you to rethink data center strategies and stuff like that. So yeah, we see legacy technology is still very important for the country. I know we want to move forward in banning devices and all that stuff, but the reality is we still have millions of people connected to those technologies, and you would need to get those device costs down very quickly to migrate those people, because those people still need to be connected somehow. Okay. And then, yeah, just one last thing is the cost. So at the end of the day, I think I've mentioned this. The businesses global operators have already indicated that deploying networks is very capex heavy, especially utilizing traditional RAN vendors. Okay, so there needs to be a way that you can be in a position to manufacture your own equipment, okay, locally, working together with partners to deploy services made for a specific country. Okay, most of the products that big businesses like MTN and Vodacom buy is not made for South Africa. It's made for a specific market like Europe or America. You're not utilizing all of the features in that hardware because of regulatory limitations, power limitations. There's a lot of factors involved there. But if you can work closer with industry, especially on the Open RAN front, to manufacture equipment locally that you can utilize more efficiently on your sites, I think that's one of the bigger benefits going forward. But yeah, again, there's still a lot of work involved there.
Okay, no, thanks. I think there's it's clear there's still a lot of work. Is that a challenge to the emerging players?
I think you've got it spot on, Prof. And as Ronnie has said, from our experience, we've had a very big welcome from both MTN and Vodacom or Vodafone in being able to give us really their pressure points. Vodafone especially, they even gave us the whole repertoire to say, this is what we need. No one wants to do it because if it's Nokia, they're building for Europe. If it's Huawei, they're building for China. And really the African market, it's a second thought. So they gave us a very specific thing. They say, can you do this? And then we found ourselves being the only ones who's going to be the provider of that. Then we prioritize that. So I think it is very important to note that it's not that the traditional RAN vendors are perfect. They are also prioritizing other regions apart from the region where we are. And what Ronnie has said, it's so true that if you were to look at the whole of maybe South Africa, the spectrum that we have, you may find that you have to have so many radios stacked in a tower just to cover the ICASA gazetted spectrum. And we looked at that opportunity and we said, can we build a radio that can cover at least 80% of the gazetted spectrum in one panel? And that's a technology that even other, what can I say, operators need. So it opens up basically the engagement for us but the challenge, especially, I think with every technology, there is this inflated expectation. Like, so Open RAN, when it started, I know the guys from Mavenier, from other people, they would have a very big mouth. We will do this, we will do this, we will do this, we will do that, we will do that. And then when you start doing the thing, you realize it's not like how you say. It's another animal altogether. So when you go deeper into the radio, you discover that the traditional RAN vendors have solved a lot of problems that are actually even trade secrets that you cannot just get an open standard and implement. It's an intricate thing that it's very difficult to even just share the EC3 interface, for instance, if you look. So we are also discovering that, but the challenge then becomes as to how do we solve that problem, and then how are we also able to become lower cost solving that problem, because this begins to be conflicting things. The requirement to meet to perform like Huawei and be cheaper than Huawei, and even be more than. Begins because it's just a law of physics. You will need the same compute power that Huawei needs. You will need even more technology, algorithms that they need, and sometimes you just you reach Shannon limits, which is physical limits. So it just becomes, and sometimes you end up being more expensive than them. Then you go to MTN looks and say, what's the point? So they conflict.
Great. So I can get from the two gentlemen there that accessibility is one thing that they've highlighted, and also maybe you can customize to a particular usage and be able to do that. But I didn't get a sense that it's making things more affordable in a way to address that. Can I perhaps see if one of the remaining can talk to the affordability? You wanted to talk to that one or a different one? Robert.
I'm not sure I got the question exactly.
So maybe we can go ahead if you have already you're ready. What I was asking was the two gentlemen had responded to the issue of digital divide in South Africa, but the question had two aspects: whether by making these services accessible and affordable. And from their answers, my take is that they have made a case for accessibility, right? But they have not made the case for affordability. Is it something that we can make a case for affordability that OREN can enable that?
Well, I don't think I'm really well placed to answer that question. First of all, because I don't really know the context. I mean, I have already heard about this digital divide and so on. I mean, that's even in Europe a thing, but I think the case is a bit different. It's more about knowledge of people and so on. But I mean, what has already been discussed in particular, like for the RAN and then also on the handheld side and so on, is that in particular for 5G, there are like enormous requirements in terms of compute and so on. So I am not sure that I can really answer the question because many of these devices, they are expensive. I think maybe, I mean, over time, of course, they get cheaper, but I don't know whether they get cheap enough actually. So maybe with some legacy, but maybe even 4G, let's say legacy. I mean, it's not really legacy in the sense it's like too old, but maybe this would be suitable, but even that is not really the target of OpenAirInterface. So that's why I want to say that's not really my domain to comment on that. And yeah.
Okay. Great. Yeah, you can go ahead, Danny.
So our approach to trying to, if not solve, at least assist in closing the affordability gap was to say, let's rely on cellular networks to a single point of delivery into an area so that we don't strain or already strained infrastructure and try and aggregate as many people's internet traffic over that one single link. So to get around RF congestion and many uplinks and things, to say, well, we've got a cellular link into a particular area, and in that area we do Wi-Fi mesh distribution, community networks. So our core devices were designed in the beginning with 5G modems in them from Simcom and Quectel. And then those turned out to be too expensive. So we decided, well, the data throughputs that we were seeing in these communities, so the averages of 50 and 60 households sharing a single uplink connection, fell within the capabilities of LTE infrastructure. So we decided, well, let's drop 5G. It's not in the areas that we want to go install our infrastructure. It's not in a lot of the rural areas. It's not in a lot of areas where there's very low income. Mostly because, like what MTN was saying, is it's not economically feasible to go deploy that kind of infrastructure in those areas. You will never get your capex back. But they already have 4G infrastructure there. So we then decided to redesign our system and say, well, let's go LTE. We can deploy a lot more of these things, and we can reach a lot more households with connectivity, so that you can enable people to start communicating, start becoming economically active, because now they can afford it. They're not spending 10, 15, or 20% of their income on connectivity. Now it's down to only a few percent. So in just swapping the technologies and trying to say, well, let's rely on somewhat expensive technologies to reach one point, and from there diffuse down, and spread using cheaper, more sort of ISM band devices, so that people can start using these communication. They can start communicating. They can use the internet. They can learn. They can trade. They can do stock files. They can do these things. The more economically active they become, the greater the economy, and eventually they will start to be able to afford bigger technologies, which then presents the case for the incumbent network operators to say, well, now it's worth their while to go put 5G infrastructure in that area. There's enough people there, there's agri-processing, or there's IoT businesses, or there's these kind of things running. So Riot's approach to that was saying, well, how much can we aggregate into a single existing link just to bring internet to a particular area and get it not just present, because there's a difference, like the slide this morning was showing, between internet coverage or accessibility and internet usage. There might be coverage, but it's not being used, then it's not being useful. So our approach to designing all of our devices was saying, make it useful. It's not the best, it's not the fastest, but it's there and it's being used. So our approach to affordability was saying, what's there, what can we use, how can we get that in the hands of as many people as possible? Because the more people you touch in that sense, the more impact you have economically, the more upliftment you have, the more people communicate. Communities form around communication. If people can't communicate, you're alone. And I think humanity is a bit of a social structure. So that's how we try to solve it. I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, no, it does. It does. Thanks. So I think we are running a little bit of short of time, but I would like to take the
I would
hands,
have one question, actually.
You want to pose a question?
Yeah, to the others.
Okay.
Well, I don't know, of course, if there's a question.
Can I take that one first, and then you will I'll give you a chance. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks, Prof. I'll start with a comment, and then which will answer to the question. I think the main I would suggest that the main reason we have this initiative is also to develop local technology, localization, localizing the technology, and to create critical mass in terms of what we can do locally. Now, strategically, we want to see the starting point and low-hanging fruit, so that you can say, where do we start? Start on the hardware side, we start on the software side. I know in the panel, Benjamin is a hardware guy and Daniel is a hardware guy. I'm not sure about Ronnie, but the question that I want to ask is that in terms of human capacity, human resource capacity in South Africa, where is the bias? Is it on the hardware side or the software side? Do we have enough human resources on both sides? And if we do, which side is we have more people?
Yeah, great. Before you answer that question, because it's also to the South African team, I think it's not. I thought there was another hand. Just one more. You just press. Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for the opportunity. So my question was more around the acceptance of technology in these rural areas. I understand accessibility and affordability, but we saw during the corona crisis that people in the rural areas were destroying 5G base stations, not 5G base stations, thinking they're the one that perpetuate corona. And there were also concerns about radiation causing cancer for these people. Is MTN and other people doing anything to teach the people in the rural areas about the operations and the working of these technologies to make it easier for them to adopt and use them?
So those are two questions, and perhaps so that we can save time. Robert, you can maybe ask the question so that we have three questions that are being tackled at the same time.
So my question was about open source in general. And I mean, we talked, I specifically don't mean the RAN because we already discussed that this is really challenging actually and difficult to get to the same level as Huawei and others. So, but my question, I mean, because we, for example, heard about different companies and so on, my general question would just be how much does open source play a role in the whole things? And in particular, also here, what I think I've heard also from companies that the advantage from open source maybe initially is that you don't pay for the software itself, but then the maintenance is actually higher. I mean, the cost for that maintenance, because you need to invest yourself to some extent at least, or you need to have consultant companies. And so my question to these gentlemen would be here, how they leverage open source, whether this actually helps and the thoughts.
Okay. Can I just say these questions are, simpler questions to answer. They are complicated questions, but they can actually be answered in a short manner. Can we try to maybe each of them answer them in 2 minutes and in a minute each?
All right.
I
can take the first one. Open source. So I'll give you an example. We built a Wi-Fi or a 5G terminal, a CPE, and then that CPE we had to use TR69 protocol, and there are commercial TR69 protocols like WCMP. And there are proprietary, but it's all the same standard. You can download the standard, the interfaces and everything. So we started with the open source standard. And then we discovered that it covers the requirements 70%. The last 30%, the open source vendors, they intentionally created a gap of 30% so that if you want 100%, you must go and pay this fee. But it lowers the cost of entry. So the spec that MTN gave us blew that 70% and went and needed a further 30%. But we have proved 70% functionality. So it makes it very warm for them to accept. So the only thing that we need to do now is to license the rest of the 30%, recompile, and it works. So there is a very big contribution of open source. It works. And also we would not like to change our code and then we need to contribute back. So then we license the commercial one, which we can do anything. If we fix bugs, we don't need to push them back. But if we are ethical, we'll push them back to get the development continue. So we've done that.
Okay. Thanks. So you have told me that. Can I ask if Ronnie can tackle the 5G? I suppose maybe the question is that in South Africa, you probably saw the destruction of infrastructure more in the rural area, but actually maybe in other markets, it was not even in rural areas. But maybe you can just tell us how you are doing.
I'll try. I can't speak on behalf of the MTN Communications team, but MTN has been running a lot of awareness campaigns, especially the benefits in deploying 5G. Well, in essence, any next generation technology that we deploy is there to benefit the customer. You're actually going to get much better experience, but especially in these specific communities, it's very important to drive those awareness campaigns together with the relevant marketing teams. That the customer understands what they're getting and what the impact of that service will be on them. Okay, we work very closely with our regulatory team. Okay, especially on these aspects, and the one thing I think the normal customer don't understand is when you get a radio license from ICASA, there's a lot of obligations and there's a lot of rules and checks you need to follow. A lot of the stuff is linked to following international standards, especially coming down from the ITR. All of the equipment needs to be type approved through ICASA. We don't buy it in a Pick and Pay and deploy it on the sites, for example. It doesn't work like that. There's a lot of rules we need to follow. It starts with doing normal trials, okay, in a safe environment, simulated environment, to understand what we're getting from the technology, sharing these results with ICASA, informing them what the benefits of that service will be in the long run. And then eventually we get full type approval to deploy that technology on a radio license. The radio license is offered to all the big operators in the country. It's technology agnostic. I don't know how many of you know this. It's up to the operator to decide what is the best technology to deploy on that spectrum band. Okay, so going into deploying 5G, there's a reason for that. It's to improve the customer experience, but we work together with the regulator to getting all of the hardware that we deploy on the network fully type approved. It follows all health and safety regulations, all international standards, and all linked to 3GPP. So yeah, that's my short answer.
Okay. So you can handle the skills
So the skills thing, at least from what we've seen, trying to hire people and hiring people, then getting them to work and then having them decide it's not for them, is we found a lot of people that are really good at only hardware, or people that are really good at only software. The difficulty we found was finding people that are willing to do hardware that you need to program. A lot of people want to design a cool widget or a consumer good, but not program it. Or people have a good idea for, I have this great app idea. Can you make it for me? But they don't want to build the hardware that it runs on. And for us in South Africa to do these kinds of technology developments, we need things where those skills overlap. Things like with systems engineering type practices, where you've got several things playing several roles or distinct roles, and your solution is an overlap of those things. That's where we've been struggling to get people to do, is say, well, not just step out of your comfort zone, but realize that most things aren't just as singular as saying, I'm only going to do electronic design. I'm only going to do layout. I'm only going to do PCB manufacture. I'm only going to do C. For you to be successful and to be sort of rock star style useful, is you need to have an overlap in those kind of things and know where they function. And I think that's where we struggle with the skill, is that kind of mindset. Our solution to the getting people to not destroy our infrastructure was to say, let's employ people in the area where we deploy. The guy who installs our base station lives in the area, and he helps educate people in and around that area, saying, if that cell phone tower goes down, you can't watch TikTok. It sounds silly, but it gets people to realize that it's not this fictitious, magical, crazy thing. It's the same Wi-Fi that comes out of my hotspot to my phone, that they chat with, that they share their location with, that they call the emergency services on, that they do video calling, that they do their schoolwork on. Those same airwaves are the ones that are coming from the cell phone from the big tower on the hill towards my house. So we assist our technicians when they install to get that message across to the people who live in the areas. So we've, touch wood, not had any infrastructure destruction following this mechanism of just education. Because I think a lot of those fears were born out of ignorance, and that can be cured through education. And we've solved it by employing people locally and saying, you're responsible for this thing, and you teach everyone around it why it's important and why it's useful, and how it's not bad, because like you were saying, it gets type approved, it gets safety tested, it gets all these things so that it's safe around humans. And that's alleviated a lot of our issues. And then in terms of open source, we try and use as much open source as possible, and where applicable, we'll push it upstream. I've done countless, they're silly, but things like Arduino libraries and modules for OpenWrt and those kind of things. Some of them are completely silly and not particularly useful, but if someone else finds them useful, send them the code and they can use it. Or we've done a few programs where we do a technology demonstrator using open source software, and if someone else takes it on, they get the whole thing, and they'll push it upstream when it's at such a point where it becomes useful in the greater ecosystem. It's somewhat silly just pushing up every script, but if you've got like a full-on OpenWrt module that handles your antenna tuning or your frequency selection or your frequency hopping or things like that, that we generally push upstream for open source. That's our approach.
Okay. You wanted to say something. Let me say, I'll give you a chance to do that. But let me do something here, because my timekeeper has been looking at me. And I want him to invite me again. So what I'll do is I'll ask him to come so that he can close the session. But I'll give you an example of what I'm asking you to do. For me, my role will be to thank the audience. I think you've been a good audience, and unfortunately, I could not take all the questions from the audience. I saw that there's another question. Please write it down and send it onto the chat. I'll be bugging the team here that invited me to respond to all questions that will come, even if those that will come afterwards. I'll follow up and make sure that they respond to those questions. And you have been a very good audience, and thank you very much for that. And as for the panel, I would like you to close. And I see you have already a point to make, Benjamin. You will make that point and then you close, and that will be your last point. For the remainder of the gentlemen in the panel, you also still have a question to answer, and you close. And that question is to give me your view in terms of whether there are any regulatory issues that are inhibiting the uptake of the Open RAN. Yeah, and we can, I mean, Robert, we can use the example from Austria or from anywhere in Europe in terms of whether there are any regulatory issues there, and the others will use the South African case. And with that, I thank you very much. The last thank you will come from Opaki.
Thank you. So I wanted to speak to the issue of the skills. So my observation, being an employer, also building radios, was we struggle to get the hardware because largely the people doing hardware, just to give you from my experience, the people that work with me, you need somebody with at least 20 years experience to do a PCB layout for a radio. It's not somebody that you can get from university. If they are like that, it's very risky. But on the software, we tend to have oversupply. And testament to it is that big companies like Rain, they've got their own core that they've written, 5G core that they've written in South Africa, 800 engineers building that. But a company like that has not even attempted to do a radio because of the complexity and the cost and even the unavailability of the skills. So we've struggled getting people on the hardware side because it looks like black magic a little bit. There's a lot of unknowns on it. And the software that we use just for simulating these things is very expensive. So that's my observation. And thank you for the invitation, and thanks for the panel.
So if I remember well, the question was about the regulatory situation. So I think I mentioned before, but so for example, in the Eurocom Research Institute, they actually have some outdoor licenses and also indoor licenses. So at least in Europe, it's certainly possible, at least for research institutes. And if you have a motivation, like a proper motivation to get such a license, then it's possible to get it. I've also heard that, for example, I mean, so this is for France, but I know that also in Germany, there are like some testing licenses and things like that you can get. So I don't really know how it was in the past, but I think it was probably a bit more tricky. And it gets these days apparently also a bit simpler to set these kind of things up thanks to OpenAirInterface and other projects. So I think it gets better. It could probably be a little bit still easier. I mean, it's probably certainly easier to set up Wi-Fi and give it a go. But I think it overall goes in the right direction, and the software is there that you can leverage and make experiments. So I think my take is it gets apparently easier to do this kind of experimentation. Probably there are, of course, improvements that can still be done.
Yeah, so I think, yeah, maybe just to add there, I think, yeah, the local regulator can maybe definitely assist the bigger operators in finding some way to make it easier working together with local or even international Open RAN players in doing some form of investigations and even research to fast track getting more affordable hardware kit in country for deployment in rural areas, for example. The problem that we're currently facing is when you get a radio license and you want to operate a 900 radio, you need to own that equipment. So, you know, when you want to locally manufacture hardware, you know, to operate on a certain band, the licensee must own that hardware. So, if you want to put together a lab, for example, to do testing together with multiple players, how do you manage how that hardware is being used if the operator is, for example, not there? This is the complexity. We need to find some form of a process, just an easy mechanism, how operators can work together with industry, open RAN players to fast track development in a safe and a secure laboratory, for example, to make sure, let's say, for example, a specific spectrum band or frequency is allocated for investigations, preferably on the same IMT bands that we use in South Africa, because you want to manufacture hardware that operates on the frequencies type approved that devices is operating on. It must be easier for you to fast track that process. So I think there's definitely some investigation to be done or insights to be retrieved from ICASA, how we can move on that. But I still think, the bigger operators like NTN can definitely find some way to work closely with vendors, open RAN vendors, to put together a facility and find some way in fast tracking development, especially on the open RAN front, and to make sure, that we find some way to connect the unconnected going forward. Cool.
Thank you. Yeah.
I'm just going to add on to what Ronnie said is one of the problems we faced when we were building hardware was we were unable to test it because we didn't have a spectrum license to operate that equipment. But we were asked to design and build it. So it's a bit of a conundrum there. One quite concrete example was not just on Open RAN, but when we were doing spectrum monitors for TV whitespace to populate the GLSD with occupied and unoccupied channels. So if you do, I think it's IEEE 802.22.3, where you have to do cognitive radio to scan to determine whether a particular frequency band is in use or not. It's great, except in South Africa, if you don't have a spectrum license to broadcast or to use a channel to transmit, you're also not allowed to receive on it, which makes the concept of a spectrum scanner for interference finding and open channel selection makes that quite difficult to do. How we solved that was we partnered with Centec, because they had the broadcast license for those particular TV bands, to say, hey guys, we need to do a scanner to detect white space so we can populate the GLSD so that it can be leased on a secondary use basis. Can we do this project under your ambit? Otherwise, it will never be able to be legally done. That's quite a frustrating conundrum that we faced with building hardware, and it links up to yours of a lot of times in the past, we've been asked, please build this widget, please build this 900 meg transceiver or this 915 meg transceiver for tracking systems and wildlife tracking and anti-poaching. But we can't test it because we're not allowed to. And that's a bit odd. So I think the only thing that I'm aware of doing that is we can apply for a license exempt or a trial license or a testing thing. But even that application has taken several months to get through before you can even get to the point of saying, well, yes, this widget works or it doesn't work, let's redesign. And by that time, your trial license and your trial thing's expired. And you have to go through the entire system again just to determine, cool, does my new packet structure travel further or not? It's weird conundrums like that we faced with building hardware, especially in the RF space. We build more sensors than transmitters. So.
Yeah. So it sounds like I should have asked this question first, because it looks like there's a lot to follow up on. I'm looking at the organizers. You already have your next session, and I think this is an important point to explore with the right people in the place. This time around, we do have ICASA in the room, but not on the panel. And I think in that discussion, we need to have the people from the regulator on the panel so that we can be able to get through to that. I promised that I was not going to talk, but it looks like this point, brought other things. And with that, let not abuse my time any further and hand over to Overkick. Thanks.
Thanks, Prof. All I guess I get to say is wow. This was a fitting, I think, ending of the day. Considering that it's a graveyard shift, but the amount of information and insights that's been shared and the activeness of the participants, I was counting to see who's dozing off because I was expecting some heads to be down, but I was surprised that nobody was necessarily dozing off. Everybody was just looking and listening attentively, which means that the feedback and the reception was quite good and assertive. With that being said, I'd like to say thank you, Prof, for facilitating the session and leading us through it, and to the great panelists as well. Thank you for your insights. Thank you for your knowledge, and thank you for so imparting that and leaving us with the next, I guess, proposal for the next steps forward. That's really appreciated. I would like now to maybe say, as you descend the stage, probably then call upon Prof. Albert Lisko to just give us the closing remarks. As we have done what we are supposed to do for the day, we'll hear from him. If we have not delivered, probably he'll be the one who's telling us as well. So maybe let's then give a round of applause to the panelists as they descend. And at the same time, then welcome Prof to the stage, just who can maybe give us the parting shot as we end the evening and prepare for tomorrow's training session. Prof Lisko. Applause for Prof Lisko, please.
I would like to keep it short and just to say thank you, first of all, to every one of you for coming here, because it shows that there is a good number of people in South Africa interested in the topic and wanting to go forward with it. Of course, I would love to say a big thank you to our guests, to OpenAirInterface, and specifically to Robert, to Stefan, to Yaroslava, for taking their time to come here and to share their knowledge. And tomorrow and day after tomorrow, they are going to be running training sessions to help all registered attendees to do a kickstart with OAI software, so that all of those people would be able to run their small base stations and terminals at their leisure. I would like to also say big thank you to the speakers who devoted the whole day to this event and share their knowledge. I'll start with our director, Lulama, my manager, Moshe, manager of our sister research group, Hwabi. Okay, again, Robert, Stefan, and Yaroslava. Then Philip and Firdosi from ICASA. Thank you. And of course, to Ntsibani, Dr. Ntsibani Twaslapa from WITS, who moderated this very interesting and insightful and very practical, I thought, session discussing important challenges and possible views and way forward with going through 5G and towards 6G. Well, let me see. Of course, the panelists, I nearly forgot. There it would be again Richard, Danny, Ronnie, and Benjamin. Thank you. Then, last but not the least, I would like to say a big thank you to the team who ran the organization of this event. It's a long list, and Karen, our operations area manager, Moshe, Hwabi, Obakane One,
Obakane 2. There is second Obakane, who is a lady, who is a manager in public relations. Razina Luzani, who did a lot of work, and I think you'll see a lot of work done by Luzani and her team tomorrow when you come, because of the arrangements that needed to be made. Marlene Masilo, Chulafilo, and of course Yolanda and Kodani, whom you met at the registration desk and whom took down your registrations, and they also done a lot of work to ensure that arrangements are done despite all of the zillion of challenges we have had to go through. Before I say the final goodbye for today, I would just like to mention that, reiterate what Robert had mentioned earlier. OAI runs trainings twice a year. Normally it runs them in Europe or US. This was the very first training in Africa. So if you have colleagues who would like to do more trainings, there are options to go there. I think the next one is in August or September. In September, yeah. I will reiterate what Obakane had mentioned. Please, those that come tomorrow for the training, please remember to come early and to bring with your IDs. And please remember to register your laptops with the security. So security would take extra 10, 15 minutes, sometimes 20 if there is a queue. So that's why the call to come early. So everyone, thank you very, very much. It was a very fruitful event. And I look forward to work for us to work closely with all of you and realize the vision of 5G and 6G for South Africa and Africa. Thank you.
As I think I can. No, I think maybe we can give ourselves a round of applause. I think we did well. You were quite an engaging audience. You were quite interesting audience. If it wasn't of you, the day would have been quite long and uninteresting. But because of you, the day was quite nice, and we didn't even see the time slip on our fingers. So a round of applause to yourselves.